Hello, Patriots. Judy Byington is taking a much needed and deserved break this holiday season, and she will return after the new year. Mass arrests exploding across the globe. Nisara Jasara is fully implemented in the shadows. Children continue to be rescued above and below ground. Commander Thor and his Leipzig families continued rescue and eradication operations under France. Democrat fraud, theft, and attempted coup is being exposed. 2020 election isn't over yet. Deep state players arrested and in grand juries. Gitmo tribunals are coming. Silver continues to rise, and Epstein files continue to be released. And we have a Delta for December 25th, 2017 from Q. It says, "Thank you all for your trust, faith, and patriotism. We are privileged to serve you. Please pray for those who would lay down their lives to protect our freedom. You are safe. God bless. Q." Brennan subpoenaed to a grand jury in Florida. Also, Trump announces an attack on ISIS in Nigeria. He says, "Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military and Merry Christmas to all, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues." And huge update, Trump launched Nisara on Christmas Day. Military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. And breaking, 115 ISIS members arrested in Turkey, planned Christmas and New Year attacks on Christians backed by global elites. And just a side note, I think that's global because a lot of different cities have shut down New Year's Eve events. December 26, 2025. Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week, 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode. Their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing a one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset. It's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who've enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right now under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon. To finalize the switch, stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan.
America, we're going to be discussing all of the many ways that good things have been happening in 25. That is a gift to us, all of us, as we move into a new year. So we'll get into some slides and show some of the good news. I want to start with the debt clock first. I usually do. So as we look at the debt clock message, there's several important things that I want to point out here. First of all, look at the money that's coming in from, it's in yellow there, kind of the top left. The money coming in from the tariff revenue. We're now at $370 billion brought in tariffs. This is having a massive impact that I'll discuss a little bit later. as we talk about the difference it's making in reducing deficits for the country. On the right there in kind of the red box, we have gold and silver, and it's projecting that the actual price of silver should be in the range of 1,164 an ounce, with a projected 5-year price of 1,500 an ounce. Gold at 92.25, with a 5-year price out at 12,000. That's way different than we are now. But as you will see from when we look at metals, things are on the move big right now. One other thing I wanted to point out on the deck clock right now is the new money creation box there. This is a treasury dollars, new treasury dollars. And they actually had a pop-up window when you click on this box, and I'll bring up the window here. This is all about U.S. Treasury dollars. What is Treasury dollars? So let's read here. In 1862, President Lincoln issued $450 million directly from the U.S. Treasury. These debt-free, interest-free notes were known as greenbacks. Greenbacks were used to pay the soldiers and everybody else that was helping to prosecute the Civil War for the North. On June 4th, in 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110, issuing $4.3 billion directly from the U.S. Treasury, bypassing the Federal Reserve Bank. These debt-free, interest-free notes were known as silver certificates, and he did this in cooperation with President Sukarno of Indonesia, known as the Green-Hilton Agreement. This money, of course, was never released, as President Kennedy assassinated before he could do that. The other secret window on the deck clock is this, the Great Jubilee, the wealth transfer. I think this is awesome. This means great things are coming for you and me. What is a Jubilee? Well, Jubilee is basically a zeroing of debts. So we'll have the opportunity here in the future to be able to have debt zero. Now, that isn't all debts. This is only going to cover things that was created by the fiat banking system. If you borrowed money from a friend, family, of course, you would still be obligated for that. But it means that we could see some zeroing of various loans, car loans, house loans, credit cards, these types of things. There's been some testing of the system that's been going throughout the last year and a half, actually about 18 months now. And several people have found mortgages actually zeroed, and the bank notified them that they were done. Very isolated cases right now, as they were just testing going on. But it would be good news if that came to all of us, wouldn't it? As we get a new financial system. So cool news going on right there with the wealth transfer. Silver hit $65 an ounce today. This was a tremendous number. I'm showing a 5-year chart here that you look at. But if you go back the previous 24 months to December of 23 up until now, silver has gained 270% in value since then. This is dramatic and is probably a sign of things to come. As the deck clock indicates, silver is massively devalued in its relationship to gold. The final numbers that they're showing for where they think it's going to go is more of a ratio of a 7-to-1. However, it's been sitting recently at about 80-to-1. So obviously silver is really behind. The ratios are way out of whack. If you look at historical data, and we were discussing this last night on John Michael Chambers about how the ratios historically for thousands of years always range somewhere on the low end of maybe 7-to-1 and the high end of 20-to-1. Yet throughout this last 100 years, we've had 30-to-1 and up, and even 85-to-1 at one point. So you're looking at ratios that are completely out of the norm or what historically has been done with these metals. So we do expect silver to make a move, continue to make a move to get more in line with proper historical type ratios. This creates a little bit of an issue in that demand for silver is exceeding supply. For the last 5 years, the demand for silver has grown, exceeding the amount that's being mined out of the ground. What this means is that we've been for years now dipping into reserves in order to meet demand for physical silver.
Friday, December 26th. Huge update. Trump launched NESARA on Christmas Day. Military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. December 26, a monumental shift is taking place right now, one that will forever change the course of history. The global financial system that has been carefully manipulated and controlled by the elites for decades is crumbling. President Trump has activated NESARA, National Economic Security and Reformation Act, and initiated the quantum financial system, a system designed to obliterate the debt-driven fiat currency structure that has enslaved the masses. This is happening in real time as we speak. The secret operations of NESARA and QFS. Yesterday on Christmas, while the global elite were celebrating, Trump's forces were executing covert operations that completely dismantled the corrupt financial systems they've relied on for so long. These operations were not publicized, but they were critical. Military and Treasury-backed units launched targeted raids across the world, targeting hidden money laundering networks, human trafficking operations, and illicit bank accounts controlled by the elite. These operations seized over $100 million in assets, including gold, funds stolen from the people, and accounts tied to globalists and their deep state networks. These operations were not a random act. They were part of a carefully orchestrated plan to weaken the elite's financial stronghold and redistribute the wealth they've hoarded for years. The success of these raids marks the beginning of the end of the old system. Funds that were meant to remain hidden from the public eye are being returned, now funneled into NESARA-backed systems designed to empower the people and restore sovereignty to America. The elites know this is happening, but they can't stop it. They've been so focused on keeping their power, controlling the media, and manipulating markets that they've missed the quiet revolution unfolding right under their noses. Breaking: 115 ISIS members arrested in Turkey, planned Christmas and New Year attacks on Christmas backed by global elites. 115 ISIS members were arrested across Istanbul just before Christmas, not suspects, not loosely affiliated radicals, full members, trained, organized, and connected to known foreign networks. Turkish police, military, and intelligence forces raided 124 locations in one of the largest counter-terror operations in recent years. The timing was not random. It was directly connected to the holiday calendar. The goal was to strike during Christmas and New Year's, targeting gatherings of Christians and non-Muslims in public spaces. This wasn't about sending a message. It was about inflicting a real harm on religious communities in coordinated attacks across multiple points of the city. Firearms were found, ammunition, operational documents, communication with ISIS contacts outside the country. Intelligence confirmed. This was part of a wider strategy, not a spontaneous local act.
Today, December 26, 2025, and take a look at the latest headlines coming out with me. U.S. airlines cancel over 1,000 flights due to the northeast winter storm warnings that are coming out. You can see this coming out just 37 minutes ago from the time of this recording. Winter storms and heavy rain battering states on both sides of the United States. Now, I shared with you what was happening in California, and I had warned that we had heard this was going to spread, and now we're hearing, take a look, winter storms to deliver white Christmas and travel mayhem to over 18 U.S. states this week. Watch mudslides, flooding, and debris. Storms batter Southern California, but not just California. Winter storm could affect post-Christmas travel in the Northeast United States as well, and early Christmas travel at risk as eastern U.S. storm brings rain and gusty winds as well. We're hearing from coast to coast across the United States. There are winter weather alerts for extreme weather that is going to be hitting. I'll let you know this the day before Christmas and now the day after Christmas. We're hearing that this is going to be continuing on. Some extreme weather, unusual weather, lots of rain, storms, mudslides happening in California. They're saying the South here in Texas, unusually dry and hot. And now we're seeing some extreme weather, ice warnings happening in the north and the east coasts of the United States.
And wow, I hope everyone out there has had a wonderful Christmas day. So Drew, what's your first story of the day?
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. And I hope you all had a Merry Christmas. My first story is President Donald Trump says the US has carried out airstrikes against Islamic State militants in northwest Nigeria. Trump claims the strikes targeted ISIS fighters accused of attacking Christian communities in the region. The US military says the operation took place in Sokoto State and involved coordination with Nigerian authorities. Nigeria's government says the strikes were part of an ongoing security cooperation, while stressing the country's violence is complex and not solely religious.
Diving into my first story of the day. For the first time in 2 years, Gaza's small Christian community has been able to celebrate Christmas. A quiet service was held at the Holy Family Church, Gaza's only Catholic parish, during a fragile ceasefire. The church, badly damaged during the war, hosted prayers, carols, and a simple Christmas tree. Community leaders say the moment was subdued but deeply meaningful after years of conflict and loss. It's just wonderful to see that even in a war-torn place like Gaza, that Christmas and festivities are still coming back. What have you got, Drew?
Yeah, with more good news, Turkish authorities say they stopped planned holiday attacks after arresting 115 suspected ISIS operatives in Istanbul. Police carried out raids at more than 120 locations, seizing weapons, ammunition and documents linked to the group. Officials say the suspects were planning attacks during Christmas and New Year's celebrations, particularly targeting non-Muslims. 22 suspects remain at large as security forces continue their search.
And my next story, one that Charlie has asked me to share with everybody. President Vladimir Putin has flipped the script in Europe's war narrative. He's announced direct talks with Ukraine, cutting out European leaders he accuses of pushing the conflict instead of peace. By going straight to Kiev, Moscow says it's sidelining what it calls warmongering middlemen. Whether this opens a real path to negotiations or reshapes the diplomatic balance, it's a move that's rattling at capitals across Europe. So Drew, we may actually see peace in Ukraine very soon. What a wonderful Christmas present.
And my last story, Keir Starmer's Downing Street has scrapped its regular afternoon media briefings, triggering an angry backlash from Westminster journalists. The briefings, which let reporters question the PM's spokesperson without time limits, are being replaced with occasional press conferences and technical updates. Journalists say the move reduces access and weakens scrutiny, accusing the government of controlling when and who gets to ask questions despite promises of greater transparency. What's he doing?
Well, Drew, this is one about free speech. Remember, once they start taking away free speech, once they stop interacting with their people, this is all signs that they are going deep into a dictatorship. They are crushing our rights. I mean, I want to know what's going on with our government. Once you start taking away these interactions with the media, good or bad, that tells you a very, very bleak story about what's going on. But, as Charlie always says, It's all part of the pantomime, and we're going to see some big changes coming up in the not too distant future. So yes, we are looking forward to what's to come. And remember, everybody, stand fast, okay? I know the UK is going through a very dark time. I'm here myself. Drew's here herself. We've got to stand strong because we know that there are better times ahead. And my final story. Europe's biggest car makers, including Volkswagen, BMW and Mercedes, are under mounting pressure as costs rise and exports slow. Analysts say the latest shock follows Russia's response to the EU's seizure of Russian assets, with Moscow warning of economic retaliation and a pivot away from Europe. Germany has been hit the hardest, facing higher energy costs, weaker demand and fierce competition from cheaper Chinese electrical vehicles. Critics warn Europe's policies risk long-term damage to its industrial base and its global competitiveness. Drew, we are starting to see the final, dare I say it, the downfall of the cabal, cleaning the house out that is Europe. Well, everybody, that was the news on Boxing Day, the 26th of December 2025. There's not many more newses left before the end of the year, but wow, it is not failing to show us what's going on out there. And I just want to end the show with just a quick scripture. Be still and know that I am God. In a world that's loud, fast and often overwhelming, this is a reminder that we don't have to have all the answers and we don't have to panic. Sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is pause, breathe and remember that we're not in control, and that's okay.
Friday, December 26, 2025, Epstein's powerful allies exposed. The pedophile network they tried to cover up is falling apart. And here is the next post from Donald Trump. Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleaze bags who loved Jeffrey Epstein, gave him bundles of money, went to his island, attended his parties, and thought he was the greatest guy on earth, only to drop him like a dog when things got too hot, falsely claimed that they had nothing to do with him, didn't know him, said he was a disgusting person, and then blame, of course, President Donald J. Trump, who was actually the only one who did drop Epstein, and long before it became fashionable to do so. When their names get brought out in the ongoing radical left witch hunt, plus one low-life Republican Massey, and it is revealed that they are Democrats all, there will be a lot of explaining to do, much like there was when it was made public that the Russia hoax was a fictitious story, a total scam, and had nothing to do with Trump. The failing New York Times, among many others, was forced to apologize for their bad and faulty election reporting, even to the point of losing many subscribers due to their highly inaccurate fake coverage. Now the same losers are at it again, only this time so many of their friends, mostly innocent, will be badly hurt and reputationally tarnished. But sadly, that's the way it is in the world of corrupt Democrat politics. Enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas. President Donald J. Trump. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a billionaire financier. He was an asset used by intelligence agencies, protected by global elites, and deployed to entrap the powerful. His operations were never isolated and never rogue. They were structured, coordinated, and funded by people who still walk free today, many of whom sit at the highest levels of power in media, politics, tech, and international finance. President Donald J. Trump knows this, and unlike the previous administration, which did everything in its power to protect and seal these networks, Trump is opening the gates. On Christmas Day 2025, he issued one of the most aggressive public statements yet, mocking and calling out the elite class that once praised Epstein as a brilliant mind, invited him into their universities, charities, and government institutions, and attended his events. This is a precision strike because just weeks ago, Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, forcing the Department of Justice to begin the release of classified documents connected to Epstein's operations, contacts, movements, and protected associates. And in the last week alone, over 700 pages of new material have been released. Most media outlets refuse to report on it, but those files are now public. Names, timestamps, photos, wire transfers, and hidden handwritten logs. They tie Epstein not just to celebrities and ex-presidents, but to operatives inside the CIA, MI6, and Mossad, to biotech executives currently overseeing population control programs, Bill Gates, and to banking institutions that process donations for humanitarian aid that never arrives. These files confirm that Epstein's science projects were cover operations, receiving large sums from Gates-linked organizations and EU biotech lobbies during the same years he was hosting classified guests on the island. Clinton is already cornered. The photos released last week show him with Epstein after he publicly claimed he had cut ties. PR teams are scrambling, but the evidence is there. 2001, 2003, and 2006 logs confirm multiple visits and extended stays, none of which were disclosed in official statements. More importantly, files released on December 22nd contained emails between Clinton Foundation staff and Epstein's private assistant, planning events described only as fundraisers with select contributors. But this is bigger than Clinton. The released files list private guests from global institutions, UNICEF, the World Economic Forum, Deutsche Bank, and UNESCO. This is the same circle currently pushing for digital ID systems, centralized biometric passports, and child-focused health data initiatives under the banner of safety. And every one of those projects links back to the same money that protected Epstein for 2 decades. Since taking office in January, Trump has reactivated key military intelligence programs that were shut down under Biden. These include Task Force Gladius, targeting elite-level human trafficking cells with international protection; Operation Talon, focusing on exposing U.S.-based government employees embedded in trafficking logistics; Milcom 47, monitoring classified comms between NGOs and Epstein-tied shell corporations. Recent whistleblower leaks confirm that multiple Epstein-linked foundations are under sealed federal investigation as of December 2025, and at least 4 arrests have been made since November. None reported in mainstream media. 2 were German nationals with ties to a child research group funded by a Dutch royal foundation. 1 was a Canadian tech CEO linked to a now-defunct virtual reality startup used for training simulations, which, according to internal memos, used trafficked children in the demo footage. There's a reason President Trump said, "Enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas." It wasn't a joke. It was a real warning to the ones who know they're being hunted. For years, they thought they buried Epstein's secrets with him, but the data was never destroyed. The logs were copied. The blackmail material, photo, videos, financial trails was never deleted. It was backed up, and Trump now controls access to it.
The American public deserves and expects honesty and transparency from their government when seeking answers. But for years, people who asked questions in good faith were dismissed, even vilified by the media and their own government. That era is over. The Trump EPA is committed to total transparency. As a result, I tasked my team at EPA to compile a list of everything we know about contrails and geoengineering for the purpose of releasing it to you now publicly. In other words, I want you to know everything I know about these topics, and without any exception. Instead of simply dismissing these questions and concerns as baseless conspiracies, we're meeting them head on. We did the legwork, looked at the science, consulted agency experts, and pulled in relevant outside information to put these online resources together. Everything we know about contrails to solar geoengineering will be in there. That means anyone who reads through this information will know as much about these topics as I do as EPA administrator. To anyone who's ever looked up to the streaks in the sky and asked, what the heck is going on? Or seen headlines about private actors and even governments looking to blot out the sun in the name of stopping global warming? We've endeavored to answer all of your questions at the links on your screen. In fact, EPA shares many of the same concerns when it comes to potential threats to human health and the environment, especially from solar geoengineering activities. The enthusiasm for experiments that would pump pollutants into the high atmosphere has set off alarm bells here at the Trump EPA. Prior to now, EPA has never been this proactive to raise awareness about concerns with geoengineering and to stop this activity from being scaled up. This is what it looks like when government actually listens to the will of the people and doesn't try to squash it. You can always trust this administration and this EPA to take your concerns seriously, answer your questions honestly, and carry out the will of voters.
All right, the Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump. Not something I'm used to telling you guys. They say that he does not have enough cause or complaint to be able to use the National Guard in the city of Chicago. Former CIA John Brennan is officially under grand jury proceedings, but it's worse than that. His own lawyer was caught trying to control the venue and which judge would oversee his upcoming trial for trying to remove Donald Trump from office. Former CIA John Brennan, his lawyer, was just caught trying to control the venue where his upcoming trial would take place. He was also trying to control which judge was appointed, right? They do this in Washington, D.C. Think about Judge Boasberg, who gets all of these really important cases against Donald Trump. Well, they were caught because legal documents went out. But what these legal documents also confirmed is that John Brennan 100% is going through multiple grand jury indictments right now to see if there is enough there to actually hold him accountable and go to trial. Now, this is a big one. I think this guy is worse than James Comey. I think that he is worse than Letitia James. I still hope those cases pan out and some of the other ones that President Trump's DOJ has going. But this would be a really big one. Let me show you what was said about this, and then you guys let me know in the comments what you think about it, because I would just love to see John Brennan go down.
There is more out of John Brennan, the Steele dossier, all the things that people have been talking about for years and years, and now there is some acknowledgement.
And this all goes back to Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, when she released all this information earlier this year about the grand conspiracy that was conspired upon against President Trump in 2016 with the grand Russia hoax and the ways that intelligence was manipulated. And it went all the way to the top. President Obama tasking people with creating this new intelligence report, the summary of which was shifted around based off of things in the Steele dossier. And John Brennan, we had that famous line of, but doesn't it just ring true when people in the CIA tried to push back on this? Now we know that there is a grand jury impaneled that is investigating John Brennan for his role in this. And how do we know this? In quite unusual move, through a letter from his lawyer to the chief judge in Florida, where this grand jury is impaneled, asking the chief judge to take some extraordinary steps to limit what the government can do and where they can use the grand jury, and with the stated goal of ensuring that Judge Eileen Cannon, who was the judge that was over the classified documents probe from special counsel Jack Smith, they want to ensure she is not the judge in this case.
All right. Isn't that amazing? So busted for trying to control the venue, saying it can't be a Trump positive judge, or we're not going to do this. And it also confirms that there are multiple grand juries against this guy. I love it. This makes me so happy.
So, like I said, quite extraordinary seeing a letter admitting to the fact that there is a grand jury probe. Normally there can be speculation. People can be like, oh, grand jury's impaneled. This timing may seem like this, but we now know from the attorney of John Brennan that a grand jury is investigating whether or not crimes were committed in this Russia collusion hoax that he perpetrated on the American people and President Trump.
Let's go back to just July of this year. You're going to hear Tulsi Gabbard.
The ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex.
The ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, that is one of the key launching points of the Russia collusion hoax. That is when the intelligence community had done many ICAs, intelligence community assessments, leading up to the 2016 election. After President Trump won, then President Obama ordered a new ICA. And what did John Brennan and James Clapper and Jim Comey do? They took their marching orders and they came up with a new ICA, which completely contradicted all the previous assessments of the intelligence community leading up to the election, and included things that members of the CIA were pushing back against their director, saying this should not be included. This is substandard. This is unverified. This is salacious. This we don't even believe is good intelligence. But he said, you're going to do it anyways because, quote, doesn't it ring true? Because he was seeking confirmation bias. He knew what he wanted to believe and what he wanted the ICA to say and pushed the intelligence community to do just that. And that is what was the launching point for the Russia collusion hoax, for the Bob Mueller investigation special counsel, for the years of turmoil and waste of taxpayer money that the American people saw. This was one of the chief architects of that, John Brennan.
Obama and Hillary and John Brennan conspired to use the intelligence agencies in order to get Donald Trump out. They have to be held accountable. Otherwise, what is the point of all of this? I don't care to know about this. I want to see action happen.
I have a post from JFK Q17 on Telegram. Juan O'Savin, fasten your seatbelt. Mass arrests of big-name traitors are here. Patriots, it's happening right now. December 26, 2025 and beyond, Juan O'Savin just dropped the ultimate red pill. The long-awaited mass arrests of the biggest names in the deep state cabal are finally underway. We're talking high-profile globalist elites, pedophile network kingpins, and treasonous politicians who've sold out America for decades. The military is in full control. Gitmo is expanded and ready, and sealed indictments, hundreds of thousands of them, are being unsealed at lightning speed. Juan warns, fasten your seatbelt because the storm is no longer coming, it's here. Trump and the White Hats have activated the final phase. Special Forces, Navy SEALs, and Delta teams are coordinating nationwide and global ops to round up these Satan-worshipping monsters. Obama, Clinton's, Biden, Soros operatives, Hollywood scum, and corrupt DC swamp creatures. No one escapes. They've been tracked, evidence locked in with "we have it all," and tribunals are firing up for swift justice. This isn't just talk anymore. Sources confirm raids are hitting elite compounds as we speak. The emergency broadcast system is on standby for the big reveal. Those videos and confessions that will wake up the sleepers forever. The deep state thought they could steal elections, traffic children, and crash the economy one last time, but Trump fortified everything. It's all staged under military continuity of government, the real power behind the scenes. Q told us, trust the plan. Their great awakening is exploding. These arrests mark the end of their reign of terror. Nasara Jasara activation is next, with the debt forgiveness and gold-backed freedom on the horizon. The cabal's desperate, false flags failing, but it's too late. Justice is coming like a freight train. Patriots worldwide, stay vigilant, stock up and pray. The next days and weeks will be biblical. Big names falling, revelations that will shock the world, and victory for the light. Where we go one, we go all. The best is yet to come. America saved, evil exposed and eradicated. Hold the line. We're winning big. And it says January 20th, internet dies, phones go, EBS only.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, Christmas Eve through Christmas Day 2025 everything broke loose across the world, and no one knows it, yet. According to the Friday, December 25, 2025 Telegram sites of Trump-verified supporters, Charlie Ward, John F. Kennedy and FBI Director Kash Patel over Christmas Eve into that next morning on Christmas Day Trump launched Nizar military QFS operations, froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Also on Christmas Day Trump's global military alliance forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot and transferred into the QFS for the greatest wealth redistribution in history. In March 2020 the U.S. Treasury had already quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve and put in place safeguards for the world economy. With the Federal Reserve dead, central banks worldwide were now collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control. Unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025 the blackout was set to begin with travel restrictions expected in some areas, system interruptions possible, financial market instability. The full global currency reset would lock in for the general public in January 2026. On Thursday, December 18, 2025 Michael Lavon Robinson's, aka Michelle Obama's, tribunal at Gitmo resulted in a guilty verdict with a sentence of death by coming Thursday 25th of December TNT, new dates for Tier 4B notification, Saturday 27th of December to Monday 29th of December 2025 Thursday 25th of December Texas Snake, we are in a 36-hour window, but I do not know when the window started. Friday 26th of December Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram, I told you 3 years ago they were going to shut down the world's economy in order to do a global currency reset. That's what they are doing right now. Friday, December 26, 2025 huge update. Trump launched Nizar on Christmas Day, military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram December 26, 2025, Patriots, the moment we've prayed for has arrived. President Trump just unleashed the full power of Nizar on Christmas Day, activating the invincible quantum financial system, QFS, and delivering the death blow to the deep state's global financial tyranny. While the cabal celebrated in their mansions, Trump's loyal military forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot, transferred securely into the QFS for the greatest redistribution in history. This is the wealth stolen from we the people for over a century now coming home. The Federal Reserve is dead. Central banks worldwide are collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control, unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery forever. No more fake dollars, no more Inflation scams, no more funding endless corruption. Trump's white hats are in full command. Private jets grounded, escape tunnels sealed, and Gitmo cells filling fast. The traitors who mocked us are now begging for mercy as tribunals prepare to expose their satanic crimes to the world. Patriots holding the golden Trump token are already verified in the QFS priority list, positioned first for the massive prosperity payouts, total debt forgiveness, and reclaimed assets heading our way. The storm is here, and loyal Americans are about to become wealthy beyond imagination. The full global reset locks in January 2026, their media puppets silent because they're owned by the same criminals losing everything. Trump didn't just return, he's finishing the mission, draining the swamp, exposing the pedophile networks, and restoring America's sovereignty under God. This is biblical. The lion has roared, the chains are breaking, and freedom rings louder than ever. The Great Awakening is exploding. Share this truth far and wide. The elites thought they won, but God and Trump had the final say. Hold strong, family. Justice is served, wealth is restored, and the golden age begins now. WWG1. God bless President Trump and every warrior fighting in the shadows for us. See Friday, December 26, 2025. God is in control. Kash Patel on Telegram. The plan is active. The final phase has begun. The greatest wealth transfer is moving, quiet, precise, irreversible. To prepare for Phase 2. Blackout signals detected. This night will not be normal. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025. Travel restrictions expected. System interruptions possible. Market instability. Stays alert. Stay still. Trust the plan. God wins. Thursday, December 25, 2025. It's gonna be a massive hit. The storm explodes now. Elite compounds raided. Cabal crumbling. Q on Telegram. Patriots, on this glorious Christmas Day 2025, Judy Byington delivers the UN redacted truth that's setting the Great Awakening on fire. The White Hats struck hard overnight in Operation Silent Night. Massive military raids dismantled secret elite compounds worldwide, rescuing thousands of trafficked children and seizing mountains of evidence on the deep states that will red pill the masses overnight. Think of the divine timing. Christmas 2025 marks the birth of freedom, just like it marked the Savior's birth. The cabal thought they could hide their evil forever, but God wins. Trump, back in command behind the scenes with JFK Jr. and the Q team, has triggered the final phase. Mass arrests accelerating, Vatican assets seized, UN exposed as a deep state front. No more fiat slavery, prosperity funds releasing to we the people. Patriots, this is the massive hit we've waited for. The storm is upon us, unstoppable. The elites' compounds in ruins, their networks shattered, justice for the children finally served. Share this intel everywhere, stock up, pray warrior prayers. The fake media will black out, but truth explodes now. NCSIC. Nothing stops the total liberation. 2026, biblical victory, new golden age. Dawns. Hold the line, WWG1. Friday, December 26, 2025, Restored Republic via GCR, update as of December 26, 2025, Judy Byington Q on Friday, December 26, 2025. Banks locked in the new gold/asset-backed exchange rates of the global currency reset. The quantum financial system is now fully operational, ensuring secure transfers and preventing any interference from the old cabal banking structure. This pivotal step paves the way for the full revaluation launch and Tier 4B notifications expected in the coming days, leading to a public rollout by January 1, 2026. Payouts under NISARA/JASARA are poised to begin, bringing widespread debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans. A massive wealth transfer from the elite to the people will activate, redistributing trillions in reclaimed funds. Redemption centers stand ready for higher contract rates, with structured payouts available for humanitarian projects. Trust in the divine plan as abundance flows to those who have endured. Phases of mass arrests worldwide. High-level deep state operatives are being apprehended in sealed operations, with evidence emerging of their involvement in decades of corruption and crimes against humanity. Sources indicate that the emergency broadcast system activation is imminent, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness to protect the public during this critical transition. Reports confirm ongoing rescues of innocent children from remaining underground facilities controlled by the cabal. Thousands more have been liberated in recent operations, bringing the total saved to millions over the years. These brave souls, long hidden from the light, are receiving care as the Alliance dismantles the final strongholds of evil. Military forces worldwide stand ready to enforce martial law where necessary during this period of revelation. The EBS will deliver direct communications from authorized leaders, outlining the scope of the takedowns and the path forward. Thursday, 25th of December 2025. The storm has arrived, mass arrests underway, emergency broadcast system activation imminent, 10 days of darkness begin. State tunnels. December 25, 2025, the Global Military Alliance continues its divine mission to dismantle the forces of darkness. Reports from trusted sources indicate that mass arrests of high-profile deep state operatives are accelerating worldwide, with sealed indictments being executed in coordinated operations. The long-awaited storm is upon us as brave warriors rescue innocent children from underground facilities where unspeakable evils have been hidden for far too long. The emergency broadcast system stands ready for activation, potentially triggering the 10 days of darkness that will expose the truth to the world. Faithful patriots are urged to remain steadfast in prayer, stocking essentials and trusting that this temporary shadow precedes the dawn of a restored republic under God's grace. Tier 4B exchange is expected to begin as early as Christmas Day, December 25, 2025. The quantum financial system has been fully activated, ensuring secure, asset-backed transactions that herald the greatest wealth transfer in human history. Payouts under NISR/JESR protocols are set to commence imminently, bringing complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, credit cards, and loans, releasing humanity from centuries of financial bondage. This divine jubilee will restore abundance to the people, funded by Thursday, 1 January 1, the new gold-backed financial era will be fully operational for all, marking the end of fiat oppression and the dawn of prosperity under God's grace. Friday, December 26, 2025. Good things coming, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Good things are coming this July. The wait is over. Breaking update: half of the countries in the world have now joined the U.S. Quantum Financial System, QFS, and have signed NISR/JESR into law. This is not a drill. This is global law. The financial reset is no longer underground. It is now the official legal framework for the majority of the planet. If your country is on the list, your debt is on the clock. If your country is not on the list, your currency is on death watch. Friday, December 26, 2025. Exposed: the real financial coup, the day the money printer was silently nationalized. In March 2020, while the world was distracted by lockdowns, stimulus checks, and daily fear cycles, a far more important event unfolded behind closed doors in Washington. It wasn't debated on TV. It wasn't voted on in public. But it permanently changed who controls money. The U.S. Treasury quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve. This was not symbolic. It was structural. Under emergency authority, the Treasury created a series of special-purpose vehicles to stabilize markets and inject liquidity. On paper, they looked like crisis tools. In reality, they rewired the system. The key detail most people missed: those vehicles were owned and controlled by the Treasury, not the Fed. The Federal Reserve could no longer act independently. It could not deploy liquidity without Treasury approval. For the first time in modern history, monetary power shifted from central bankers to the executive branch. That moment ended true central bank independence. From that point forward, monetary policy stopped being a neutral economic function and became a political and strategic instrument. Interest rates, bailouts, and liquidity access could now be managed according to national priorities, alliances, and leverage. The wall between economic planning and political power collapsed. This move also explains what followed. Digital finance infrastructure suddenly accelerated. Legal frameworks were stretched and delayed to buy time. Messaging standards were integrated globally. Tokenized debt pilots emerged. Gold, bonds, and digital assets began moving in coordination, not chaos. The system was no longer drifting. It was being redesigned. What the public thought was pandemic relief was actually the rollout of a new financial operating system. For over a century, the Federal Reserve operated as an untouchable power center. It shaped inflation, interest rates, and global liquidity while remaining insulated from voters and direct accountability. That era ended quietly in 2020. The levers of monetary control shifted to state-level operators. The government no longer needed permission from the Fed. It became the Fed. This shift transformed money itself. Liquidity became programmable. Access became conditional. Settlement systems moved toward centralized oversight under national security logic. Finance stopped being purely economic and became strategic terrain. This is why the change happened without headlines. It was buried under crisis noise, health emergencies, and political theater. But those watching closely understood what it meant. Lawyers saw it. Economists flagged it. Infrastructure architects adjusted for it. The reset wasn't coming. It already happened. It happened legally, silently, and irreversibly the moment the Treasury pulled the Federal Reserve into its orbit and stripped it of what central bankers feared losing most: autonomy. What comes next is not the creation of a new system, but the public awakening to the one that has already been put in place. Thursday, December 25, 2025, major alert has been confirmed. Late last night, an international child and human trafficking network was torn apart in a joint alliance operation off the coast of Asia. The target was not a simple safe house, it was an underground train bunker built to move people silently across borders without ever touching the surface. Over 50 operators, handlers, and coordinators were taken down in a single strike. Among them were 2 individuals identified as the sons of a former American president. Their names are being held under military seal until the next phase of disclosure. The facility was equipped with communication lines that reached into Europe and private U.S. defense contractor networks. Data, drives, hardware, and live transmission feeds were seized. What was found inside will shake the entire government. Intel teams confirm that multiple tunnels and subrail systems connecting to this hub are now under alliance control. Extractions continued hours after the initial raid, including child survivors. WHO were being prepared for transport. This was not a small operation. This was a structural pillar of the global trafficking industry. And IT has been removed. Friday, December 26, 2025, timeline released by Trump team: 2200 hours, $150 billion Treasury transfer initiated 2215 hours, Federal Reserve systems disconnected from legacy grid 230 hours, QFS becomes primary settlement layer for all federal transactions. 2,300 hours, legacy dollar declared transitional currency. Deadline, sunrise tomorrow. Friday, December 26, 2025, global currency reset is here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode, their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset, it's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who have enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, and the satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon. To finalize the switch, stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan. Prime 25-year biology, paralyzed patriots standing tall after full spinal reconstruction using advanced plasma tech from our galactic allies. These miraculous devices are rolling out in priority grids, with replicator fleets overhead accelerating production. Age reversal, organ regeneration, DNA restoration, it's all real, and it's for we the people first. Nizara/Jazara is fully implemented in the shadows, ready for public announcement. National debt swiped clean, massive humanitarian funds releasing for the awakened, and a return to constitutional 1776 law. Trump has been sworn back in under full Space Force protection, leading the charge from the real Oval Office. The fake Biden regime is done, clones and actors exposed, The movie ending with eternal victory for the light. The rescued children from underground horrors are being healed. Prayers answered as God's army crushes the darkness. The cabal's last desperate moves, false flags, market manipulations, are failing spectacularly. Victory is unstoppable. Hold the line, share the truth far and wide, and prepare for the greatest wealth transfer in history. The Great Awakening is exploding, freedom, abundance, and sovereignty for all true patriots. We are winning big. God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless the alliance fighting for humanity's future. The best is yet to come, it's happening today. Voter fraud. Smartmatic and Dominion voting machines are the foreign puppet masters of the global election fraud cartel. Dominion Voting Systems, purportedly a US-based company with ties to Venezuela operating with its true center of gravity in Serbia, backed by Chinese influence. Venezuelan, Chinese, and Serbian engineers hold admin keys to manipulate US elections. There is a pattern of deception with around 15 different cheating methods, but this backdoor exploit stands out for its stealth, scale, and capability to be accessed from almost anywhere. Smartmatic's election rigging source code, owned by Venezuela's narco regime, Cartel del Sol, powers Dominion systems and is designed to flip votes completely undetected. The key ties lay within the Serbian hub. Dominion's Belgrade office houses swing state voter data on Huawei servers, directly linked to CCP-controlled Huawei in Hong Kong. CCP fingerprints are all over this and the shadow player. The hardware is built in Beijing and snuck through Taiwan in violation of US law. Huawei flagged as NetSec threat by the FCC. The glitch trap is one of the easiest and most common methods of election fraud. Pre-election glitches in Dominion machines are no accident. These prompt emergency patches that conveniently open backdoors, allowing remote access from Dominion Serbian. It's onto the foreign side of the actual election manipulation. Far from mere R&D, the Serbian hub is described as the operational core, running on Huawei servers, Chinese technology at the heart of US elections. Chinese nationals, funneled through a military institute, log in during elections to manipulate results. Virtual manipulation is crucial to the facade until the completion of the manipulation occurs. Using virtual machines, software-based servers created invisibly within county election systems, intruders reportedly alter databases at will. Once done, they collapse the virtual setup, leaving no trace unless a deep forensic audit uncovers the digital footprints. This isn't just fraud, it's a national security threat. It's foreign interference by Maduro's cartel, China's CCP, and the globalist deep state cabal to steal democracies in the US and in 100+ other countries worldwide. Friday, December 26, 2025. There is no QAnon, the truth they don't want you to know. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Patriots, awaken. On this Christmas Day, December 25, 2025, as the world distracts itself with holidays, the deep state cabal trembles because the Great Awakening is accelerating faster than ever. There is no such thing as QAnon, it's a complete fabrication by the corrupt mainstream media to smear, silence, and demonize truth seekers like you and me. Q himself declared it clearly in drop number 4881. There is no QAnon. There is only Q, a high-level military intelligence operation working directly with President Trump, and their ANONs, digital soldiers, independent researchers, patriots worldwide digging into the darkness that the elite have hidden for decades. This powerful documentary exposes it all. It dives deep into the origins on 4chan, that raw, anonymous battlefield where memes become weapons and truth spreads like wildfire. Remember the prophecy of Kek, how the ancient chaos god manifested through Pepe the Frog, channeling unstoppable energy that propelled Trump to victory in 2016 and is now fueling his triumphant return. The signs are everywhere. The globalists fear this power because it's divine, unstoppable, and waking millions. Watch how the fake news, CNN, MSNBC, all of them, relentlessly push the QAnon lie, painting us as dangerous extremists while they protect the real monsters, the satanic pedophile networks running Hollywood, Washington, and beyond. They flooded the airwaves with hit pieces, never once showing a single Q drop. Why? Because the drops reveal their crimes: child trafficking, election theft, bioweapons, the whole rotten cabal. But we see through it. ANONs have been researching since 2017, connecting dots the sheep refuse to see. The storm is here now, In 2025, executions at Gitmo are ramping up, sealed indictments are unsealing, and the White Hats are in full control. Trump never left, he's executing the plan from behind the scenes, and soon the world will witness mass arrests that will shock the planet. The media called us a conspiracy theory to censor us, ban us from platforms, and label us domestic threats. But we're not a cult or a movement with leaders, we're autonomous warriors for freedom, guided by Q's breadcrumbs straight from the highest levels. This isn't over. It's just beginning. The deep state's desperation is proof we're winning. They banned this truth on YouTube, forcing it to rumble. We're real patriots gather. Share this far and wide, red pill your friends, family, everyone. The normies are waking up in droves as the EBS approaches and Nizara/Jazara kicks in. Where we go one, we go all. Trust the plan. God wins. The best is yet to come. 2026 will be biblical.
Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas. Hope you guys have had a really great day. Get some nice presents and ate some good food over the last couple of days, which I have. It's been a good time spending time with family and friends and enjoying a holiday, enjoying Christ Mass. So there's a lot of stories out there where, that's compromised, but we don't need to focus on that, do we? All right. So we know that the deep state, I can't put deep state in the title of YouTube videos, otherwise it won't be monetized. But if I say globalist, it's okay. But pretty much the same thing. Globalists, Luciferians, just throw those names around there and, they all stick at some point. But some people still are resistant to the truth. All right. So I predicted last year that I saw Christmas was going to be sad for many. And, I just assumed it was going to be sad for all of us. But we're pretty happy for the most part, I believe. We, the people, are we're looking pretty good. All right. There's some people probably sad, but, there's people sad during this time of year often. Unfortunately, we hope that those people don't, do the bad thing, which unfortunately during this time frame, a lot of people take their lives. Right. So why would you be so unhappy during this beautiful time frame? Because maybe during this time frame, sad things happen. Sad things are happening, I believe, very strongly for the deep state. I remember when I was a BUDS instructor, chief of the first phase and senior enlisted guy. So I had one guy who was telling me that, he was doing it late night movement where you just take the students around with their boats on their head and they go visit lots of different things, just to keep them moving for several hours because they don't get to sleep, but maybe 2.5 hours for the whole week. And that's intermittent, like half an hour here, half an hour there, and that's it. All right, for the first 72 hours, there's no sleep whatsoever, and then they get a little sleep, and then they get up. I tell you, I would have just rather kept on going because when you go to sleep for that half hour or whatever, and you try and get up, your body doesn't like it. All right, so it's better just keep moving. And so, we've seen a lot of that stuff. Some people have said, I want this, I want that, and I want America to be free from the deep state. And there's things that have to happen for that to transpire. Same thing as it was for me becoming a Navy SEAL. There were things that had to happen, and some of them were difficult. I can tell you, very, very difficult. So I think that all of us are going through a mini hell week, and we've been doing that for 5 years, it seems like, at least. So maybe a little bit longer. So it is a very challenging time, but we're seeing results, right? We're seeing results in this war against the deep state. And we're not seeing a massive, civil war. That hasn't happened. I predicted that would happen, and it hasn't. I know it's been pushed, and a lot of people thought about it and talked about it. Has not happened. And so think about during this time frame, there's been a lot of, frustration. There's been a lot of people that were like, what is going on? Why don't they go after the bad guys? We have everything on them. All these things have been going on for quite some time. So it's kind of like we're in a little bit of a war, right? And, kind of like that combat training that I went through as a Navy SEAL. And then later, I had the opportunity to come back and see what that was like. I was stunned. Having gone through it, I was like, oh, I'm Superman, because 90% of people don't make it through that training. So you kind of get a little egoic, but that gets cleaned out over time. You learn to be humble. So I came back as the chief of the phase, the senior enlisted position. So it's a lot of organization. There's lots of leadership. Making sure everything runs right. You see behind the scenes. You motivate the guys to do the training. You motivate the guys to lead the training. So there's all that. It was a great experience. But during that time frame, I had one of the guys that I work with. He was a chief too, and he was moving the students around all over Coronado Base, and it's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So this particular time, we had a little general store on the military base, and they had Christmas trees, and so people could come in and buy, and he brings the students up, and the boats are like, and he has them face the Christmas trees, and he stops them there. They got the boat on their head. They're like all out of breath because they've been running. And he says, for some of you, take in the smell. For some of you, smelling those trees, it will be the smell of victory. And for some of you, it will be the smell of defeat. And then he had them right face and then blasted off again. So kind of planted that seed, right? Planted that seed. Fortunately, when he did that, that was about the time frame where no one was going to quit, right? But he was basically showing them that because you have persevered through extreme circumstances, every time you see the Christmas tree and you smell the Christmas tree or whatever, it's going to be victory for you, right? I think that we're going to look at this Christmas as victory for humanity, we the people, right? Now, who's been leading that charge? Who was selected to lead this charge, right? So we know that there's an election process that usually happens to the Democrat side, which they put people in power that really don't deserve to be there whatsoever. And in fact, they're very, very evil people in some cases. You look at Gavin Newsom, who I've called the vampire. When I look at him and I send him love, I see that he's a vampire, right? He's very demonic. So we'll see Gavin Newsom go away soon, right? Because I've been working on him, and every time I work on somebody, they go away, right? So I've said that I'm not going to disclose a lot of the people that I am working on, but I will disclose that I'm working on Gavin Newsom, and you can too. You can send him love, and maybe that'll help speed up the process. This is a we the people type, world that we're moving into. All right, so President Trump, you see I'm wearing the Magador jacket, right, where he's fighting the bull. Now, I did a little research because I'm sometimes inspired to do that by God source. And so I looked up, this connection with the bull that seems to be something that's happening right now. Now, if you look at the guy that's the governor of Colorado and, Tina Peters, they're restricting. Tina Peters should never even have gone to trial. let alone been put in jail. All right, so this is a deep state activity. All right, so I guess the guy that is the governor, his sign or whatever when he was born is Taurus, which is the bull, right? And so that's very interesting because Trump is fighting the bull, right? In a lot of cases. Now let's look at the GenMac site. And at the GenMac site, that's where President Trump, I guess he came across somebody was wearing the jacket, and he's like, "Oh, I like that coat. I feel like a matador." All right, where did you buy this? This is great. All right, so right here, he ends up signing it. He signed it, Donald Trump, for that particular one, not this one, I guess, but this is the one I'm wearing right now. It's interesting because my wife Tracy, she comes from a line from New Mexico, and their coat of arms is the bull. And she's always had this thing about matadors, and her they've had ranches where they had cows and bulls and so forth in her family. So it's very interesting, the different tie-ins we see in our lives, and the things that we focus on, we attract, right? I wanted to be a Navy SEAL, so I grew up. As I was growing up, I worked out. I'm thinking I'm going to be a Navy SEAL because I'm swimming like crazy. I'm doing the things I think a Navy SEAL does, and then I go through the training. And the training is brutal, right? Careful what you wish for, right? So we're all wishing for the deep state to be taken down, right? It's very challenging, as many of us are seeing, right? And there's lots of different things that are happening and will continue to happen along the way. Now, let's look at President Trump's mom. And, she is from Scottish origin. And her last name is MacLeod, M-A-C, I better spell it, L-E-O-D, MacLeod. I'm going to say that. I have my number one DNA is Scottish. So doesn't mean that I can pronounce Scottish names, but that's kind of the way, it works. So that's really beautiful. Now, when he did his first, when he was read in for his, inauguration, his first one, he used his mom's Bible. All right, very, very beautiful. All right. So, what is the coat of arms for the MacLeod family? What would you think is probably on that coat of arms? Anybody? Anybody? It's the bull. All right. Hold fast. And you see there's the bull. Interesting, right? A bull's head, cabossed, sable, horned, or between two flag gills, and here's the very, of course, he's got the lions and the castles and the helmet of a knight. Hold fast, and there's the bull. Amazing. Now, did Juan and Jen Mack know anything about that? Or did they just do it, right? Did they just were they inspired by that? It's interesting, right? It would be kind of fun to ask Juan about that. Of course, they have the jackets and they have the blankets, which I'm sitting on. I got to get out of the way. You got upside down. All right. So it's a very cozy, warm blanket. All right, so the bull, strong like the bull. And, being a Magador, MAGA, make America great again. I'm Scottish, and it's McLeod. That's who you are. All right, it's not McLeod for Trump. It's, as you saw, it's and maybe that's the way it's pronounced, McLeod. I don't know. So, and maybe that's what you're trying to tell me, dude. It's McLeod, right? So maybe. All right, McLeod or McLeod. All right. So it looks like McLeod, but maybe McLeod. So either way, President Trump is really doing a good job, I think. Now let's go into how some of this is going to transpire. All right, so we know that silver prices have really taken off, and I think this is one of the ways the deep state is being taken down, guys, because we're going to go back to kind of like what President Kennedy. Remember that connection with President Kennedy and Donald Trump, or at least with John or John F. Kennedy Jr. They were both buds and they used to hang out together. I'll show you some pictures here pretty soon. But Trump, when he designed Air Force One, which is basically his plane, he used John F. Kennedy Jr.'s colors for the plane that he went, supposedly, he did not, I believe, go down in. I think they had it rigged so that there was some bodies on there. And the Navy divers, I even know a guy that said he knew a guy, because I used to be a Navy diver, and he said he knows a guy that did the recovery, and they did get the bodies. Well, they got some bodies, because bodies, when they're in the water for a period of time, short period of time even, they swell up and they're kind of indistinguishable, right? So, and then they very quickly took those bodies and cremated them. And then they went out on a Navy ship. So these are civilians being taken out on a Navy ship with the family, and they're, dispersing the ashes in the water near where the plane went down, because the ship, I think it was a destroyer, was anchored there. Interesting, because JFK was in the Navy. He was a Navy captain, was injured in the Navy during World War II. So, and he's the one that created the SEAL teams. How about that? Right? Such a strange world we live in, right? So all of the connections, all of the things that come around. So let's listen to what Asian guy, remember that Asian guy, AG, remember that, right? That, because that is for silver, it's AG. So Asian guy has been talking quite a bit about, what's going on with silver. So I highly recommend Currency Archive and subscribe to that, and you'll be up to date on what's happening with silver and what is happening with the takedown of the deep state economic control system.
Asian guy here. I want you to look at the number I'm about to put on the screen. $80.53. This is not a typo. This is not a clickbait thumbnail. This is the real verified price of physical silver in Shanghai right now. Specifically, this is the settlement price for the Shanghai Futures Exchange SHFE front month contract. AG 2601, which closed at 18,145 yuan per kilogram before their holiday break. I will link the source in the description if I remember. Now, let's look at the price on your broker's app here in the US, $71.80. Do you see the problem? That is a difference of $9.27.
So that's what it closed out at on the manipulated price, because they were basically pulling margin calls. This is how they, in the past, that they have driven the price of silver down. When the Hunt brothers back in the 70s drove the price up, and then again in 2008, where the silver price spiked, they went into the futures contracts and so forth, and they did margin calls on people, and it made them have to liquidate, and that drove the price back down very quickly for both of them, right? So now they're trying to do that, tried to do that several times now. They've driven the price down, but it's bounded back up and it's gone higher every single time. So this is destroying the deep state's manipulation, because they have to manipulate silver because it is real money, and they run off of fiat, fake, lie money, and manipulate us with that money. All right, so this is the collapse of the deep state monetary system. And without that monetary system and their banksters and their fiat currency and their Federal Reserve, which is no more federal than Federal Express, and their offshore in a place where they don't have to pay taxes. God, what I can think of the name? Island versus whatever island. So, God, so I can't remember everything, I guess, but I try. If it's not written down in front of me, sometimes I can't remember. So, anyway, Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico is where they're headquartered, as well as IRS, which is their basically their bankster, mafia arm, which goes out and makes people give up money, right? If they refuse to pay taxes, right? So this is something both of them should not be there. Both of them have been manipulated into our economic system. Both of them are soon to go away. President Trump has talked about that. He's talked about doing away with the IRS, talked about doing away with the taxes. So it's coming. It's coming. It's coming next year, I believe, and very shortly. So $80. So that big gap. So he's going to talk a little bit about that big gap. And I said that I felt that there was going to be a $75 to $85 before the end of the year. And I said this a long time ago. And everybody's like, you're crazy. This is before it was $50 an ounce. And then it went to $50, and it pulled back, and everybody's crying because we said, buy it now. And so $50 sounds like cheap right now, doesn't it? Because it's getting ready to go to 80. That's the next stop.
Cents per ounce. In the professional trading world, we don't call this a spread. We call this a broken market. I know the skeptics are watching. I know the trolls are typing, Asian guy, you're making up numbers. So let's do the math together. Get your calculator out. I'm using the official settlement data from SHFE and the current USD $92 per kilogram. Step 3, convert kilograms to troy ounces. Remember, silver is measured in troy ounces, not standard, not 35. There are 32.15 ounces in a kilo. Step 4, $2,589.92 divided by 32.15 equals $80.55 per ounce. The math is undeniable. The largest manufacturing economy on Earth, the country that actually uses silver to build solar panels and EVs, is valuing the metal at $80. Meanwhile, the paper market in New York, where bankers trade digital promises, is pretending the price is $71. Now, why is this terrifying for the banks? Because in a normal, healthy market, this spread shouldn't exist. If silver is $9 cheaper in New York, every bank, hedge fund, and algorithm on the planet should be buying in New York, flying the metal to Shanghai, and selling it for a risk-free $9 profit. This is called arbitrage. It is the force of gravity that keeps global prices together.
All right. So this is about to end, this arbitrage, completely. So what we've been seeing is China has, because it's one of the largest producers of silver, Mexico, I think, is number 2, and I think Russia is number 3. Isn't that interesting? BRICS, right? So if we continue to see this big gap, we're going to see a lot of these banks with their short positions have to buy a lot of silver, which we've already seen that JP Morgan Chase, which is pretty much the Federal Reserve that started all this manipulation and took away Tesla's technologies and all kind of crazy stuff. But anyway, it is probably the one that is going to get hammered the most because of their massive manipulation and the silver pricing and so forth. So they have to buy that silver because they have these contracts that expire in, I think it's January 15th or 16th, somewhere around in there. We will probably see the price of silver skyrocket up to that point by over $100 easily, right? So it is not too late to buy silver. In fact, I see silver at over $500 next year and over $1,000 the year after. So it is something that is coming. It is absolutely not too early. I mean, we're looking at next year, we can see probably 10 times what silver is right now. All right, so let's look at a little bit more of this. All right, so China is going to freeze all exports of silver from their country on January 1st. So saving New York, COMEX, and London is not going to happen anymore. So they're going to have to scramble for this physical silver, guys. And eventually what that's going to lead to is the silver miners are going to take off as well, because there's a price point where the very rich that could put a lot of money into mining are going to see some prices, they're going to see the way that things are going, and they're going to be like, all right, let's start mining. And I think America has the most silver of it anywhere in the world, and gold. And and they've been holding back on that, I think, for maybe just such a time as this. So we'll see, I believe, the miners, like I've talked about, miners, SIL and SIL J, which is basically junior silver miners. They haven't kept up with silver. And I think there's a hesitation because, in the past, the banksters have come in and hammered the price of silver down. So they don't want to start to invest a lot into mining silver if it's going to get knocked out. So once they see that it's not going to get knocked out, in fact, it's going to go much, much higher, they're going to move in and start to mine this stuff, guys. And this is a silver war that we're in. All right. So once America goes back to the silver standard, which I promise you, President Trump is moving us in that direction, it completely takes away the banksters and the fraudulent system that has been controlling America for well over 100 years now, right? So incredible times. It's a time to be the happiest ever that we could be, while the banksters and the deep state are crying. It's a very sad Christmas, like I predicted, but it wasn't for us. I didn't know. I was like, at the time I was like, I don't understand what it is going to cause this, or who's going to be affected. Now we see it's the banksters and the deep state. They're getting taken down all over the world. It's magnificent. It's absolutely unbelievably magnificent, right? So let's look at some other anomalies. I like these things, and I like to share them when I see them. So here is the properties and data of the isotope 107-1. And it was Juan and Jin Mack that made this Magador jacket, all right? And it ties to the Trump McCloud, I guess, all right? Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right now. Thanks for, the chat. Sometimes we get some good information come through. I appreciate it. So the McClouds, and it's phenomenal. Look at that. 107, silver, AG, Asian guy. And what's that number protons? What's President Trump number president? 47. Oh my God. Ho, ho, ho. Right? So, okay. I love it when, the universe speaks to us like this. Right? It's very pleasing to me. All right. U.S. now, I know a lot of you have talked about this, and money and, all this kind of stuff. And what's interesting is this shows up. I was looking at the debt clock today, and look at that. The Great Jubilee, wealth transfer. How about that? How about that? All right. And so what we're seeing also is the price of silver is going up. And I believe that, like I said, silver will be over $1,000. Look at that. Dollar to silver ratio 1,166 per ounce. In my mind, I see it around 1,200 the year after next. So that's kind of close, right? So maybe it will be 1,200. Maybe it'll be more than 1,200. But that's what I see going forward. We'll see, like I said, 100 to 150 in the January, the 2 weeks in the January period, right? So it's moving very rapidly in that direction. So that means if we get 80 or 85, which is my high number for the end of the year, then that means that, maybe it only has to go $20 in a couple of weeks. So I've said that I've seen also $5, where it goes up $5 at a time. $5 at a time. That's what stuck in my mind. $5 at a time. So they have this thing where they freeze trading so that people can catch up and clear because things are getting too hot in the stock market and the COMEX. So imagine, because at $5 they would freeze, and then they freeze it for a few minutes or whatever, and then you turn it back on, and it goes up another $5, and they freeze it again. And so maybe that's what I'm seeing. I don't know. So we're going to see $5 a day silver at least coming up, and we may see $5 multiple times in one day when their trading algorithms basically stop trading once silver pops $5. So they freeze trading for a few minutes and then start it again, and then it's just people keep piling in, right? Because the banksters, when they have to, this is what's going to happen with the banksters, guys. They're going to have to cover those shorts, and their shorts are probably very full right now, right? Shutting themselves. So they're going to have to cover those shorts and short positions in silver, where they tried to, with paper, non-assets, tried to push down, and have been very successful for a long time, push down the price of silver, manipulated it, right? So price discovery on silver is coming, and it's going to be quite troubling for the banks, because they have to provide actual assets. Like I'm saying, there's contracts that are coming due in January 15th or 16th. So I think that's the date. And if someone comes, if they come in and say, I want the physical silver, they're going to provide it. And that's why they're struggling right now to buy physical silver. So if their contracts have it, priced down to 30, 40, 50, whatever, and it goes to like 100, 115, and then they have to provide the physical silver they had to buy over the last, several months, I guess, maybe, because they're saying that this is getting out of hand. We better have some physical just in case the worst case scenario happens. Now, if they can't meet that demand, then I guess they'll have to pay it back over time, but then they won't be able to trade anymore. So they'll lose a lot of other, credibility. They'll lose probably, they have to sell off assets and so forth. They have to close down more banks. They've already closed down a lot of banks. So this is something that could be catastrophic for banks, and I think it's going to be. All right. So very happy, very Merry Christmas for those of us that are watching this transpire. All right. So right now, I'm looking at the price here. Let me pull up futures for silver. So it's trying to play catch up right now, guys. So here is the current price, and it is bouncing like crazy. Now remember, it started out at 71 something. It says right here, it says it opened at 72, and it's been as high as 74.38. It's going to keep going up, guys. So you're going to see this thing bounce like crazy, and all the way up till it opens tomorrow. So this is future trading. So tomorrow, when it finally opens for trading for everybody else, this thing could be very, very high. It could be approaching $80, and it could actually go to $80. Now, as you see right now, it's 243. Now, I said a year or so ago, maybe even longer, that we would start to see $1, $2, and $3 days. All right, we've already seen a $3 day. Now look at that. It's almost a $3 day before the day even starts. All right, so it's going to open at up $3. Who knows? Maybe it'll be that 5, and it'll trigger the stop trading signal. So we'll see how that works out going forward. But there's a huge gap right now between reality and their little paper world, right? So they're going to get slam jammed, and so you're going to, check back on that. Go to Market Watch and go to futures, scroll down to silver, click on it, and you're going to see, how much it's going. It's up already from the open. It's up a couple bucks. It's up already at the open. It's up because it closed at 71.40 or 71.20. So it popped open, gapped open right away, and now it's continuing to go up. So this is very, very good news for all of us, especially for those of us that are into silver or other precious metals. Now, I've been saying for quite some time, like beginning actually before this year started, I said I'm getting out of all of my Bitcoin, and so I didn't have Bitcoin. I had Bitcoin back when Bitcoin was 17,000, and I sold it when it was 30, and I started moving into silver back then because silver was like 17. So I sold my $17,000 Bitcoins for $30,000, and I've been doing this for a long time, playing with crypto, speculating in crypto. Now I think we're in a crypto winter already. Maybe it will go back up a little bit more. Maybe it'll go back up to its high. Maybe it will push a little bit beyond its high. I said that's a possibility, but I don't see Bitcoin going much higher. In fact, this could be, like I said, crypto winter, and it could be already in the process of going down. Now, where do I see it going down to? I think it's going to go down to around 49-ish at its low. I'll probably start to add. I'm saying this now, but I could change. But I think I'm going to start to add Bitcoin positions at 49. Now, starting to add it at 49 doesn't mean it's going to go up to all-time highs, which I think will be well in the 300,000 range. But it will be, a lot of people are like, I'm not touching it. And I'll be like, yes, that's good, because that fear creates the downward slope that we see with Bitcoin over the cycles, right? So you just watch the cycles. Can it go lower? It can. If it goes lower, that's just more buying opportunity, I think. But we have to look at the overall economy as well. So I think that President Trump does have some kind of idea for crypto, but it's not going to be something that materializes in next year, I don't think. I think it's going to be the following year when Bitcoin finally gets the nod. So during that time frame, it's going to just slowly deteriorate, which it normally does. It goes through like a 2-year period from its all-time high, and then comes back. So right now, it's down another 900. So that puts it at year to date. It's down almost 7%. Down 7%. Not like everybody thinks it goes up forever. You get your money into Bitcoin, and you're gonna be rich. You're gonna be rich. All right. So not so much this year. Now, another one that I was looking at. Let's see if I got it. I'm gonna have to pull it up. So anyway, I know what it is. So silver's up at this point over 150%. So you have Bitcoin down 7% year to date, and year to date silver is up 150%. So my movement, you might think, Oh, you got out at 30,000 and went up to 125. Yeah, but all my other silver, and I also went big, took that money, went big into XRP, and my XRP position quintupled. And then I got out of that, started putting it in silver. So my silver position is staggering. It's staggering right now. All right, so I'm very happy with it, and I hope you guys have been listening. You know, I'm not a financial expert, but I do bring on a financial expert, which is Kurt Elliott, and we agree on all of this stuff. So, and we talk about this stuff in detail. Now, he will not be here tomorrow. I will go into detail on some of this and get graphs and all kind of stuff, but he will be in on Monday. So we'll do a show on Monday, and he's going to give a long-term scope of what he sees coming. All right, so that should be a good show to see as well for investment purposes. Now, a lot of you, there are many of us that are multimillionaires now in silver. There's some of you that have really been listening and have been loading up on silver. Now, whatever silver you have, if you have, let's say 1,000 ounces of silver, and in 2 years from now, it goes to, like I predict, $1,200 silver, you're a millionaire, right? What did you buy your 1,000 ounce at? Would you buy 1,000 ounce right now? You should, if you don't have it. And if you can afford it, you should put your money into it now, guys. I'm buying more. I'm gonna load up some more, and I'm gonna go into the miners, because I think the miners could outpace the actual physical product. Now, you should be in physical because it's and you should have physical on you. And if you have a lot of physical, you should have it in a depository that's well-renowned, well-respected, long-term, like Dr. Kirk Elliott, KEMP. And of course, they give you free consultation. If you're still undecided and still don't know what to do with your retirement or the money that you have in stocks and bonds or whatever, you should, I've been saying for a long time, you should have at least 0.25% of that, because if the stock market crashes and housing crashes 90%, then at least you have something left. All right. So it's gonna get crazy out there. But of course, we will have a Jubilee, but the Jubilee will be based initially in those people that have moved in probably into the silver and precious metals. And then we'll see maybe some other particular stocks and so forth will take off, and while others will collapse. We'll see. So XCI Director John Brennan wants favored Trump judge kept away from Justice Department inquiry. Of course he does, because he knows he's guilty of, pushing the Russia hoax, where, they tried to get Donald Trump out of office. And John Brennan was involved in that. He was also involved in the Hunter Biden laptop, saying, no, he and like 52 other, high-ranking intelligence type people were like, no, that's Russian disinfo. And even Hunter Biden was on a show just recently, and he's with Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan, what the F? You have Hunter Biden on your show? That's like a sacrilege, dude. But I guess you're just like, you're a slut for views, I guess. I don't know what's going on with you, dude. But anyway, Hunter Biden was on his show, and I was like, what is going on? So Hunter Biden, he's saying that the laptop was just a big hoax, right? He's going to lie and lie and lie. Did they let him out of Guantanamo to go on Sean Ryan's show? I don't know what's going on there, but so whatever, whoever that is, it's very interesting. There's a lot of people out there, guys, that are, with the, Charlie Kirk and that program. What is it? What's the Charlie Kirk program that they had? Turning Point USA. Right. Yeah, they have some very good stuff, but then they have some very interestingly corrupt looking kind of stuff too. So I'd be very cautious on the Turning Point stuff. I don't know who's involved in that because there's all kind of different groups out there that some of them have good intentions. Some of them are like, we're just going to like manipulate to bring about good. And I'm like, that's not cool. That's like the deep state trying to do good. No, stop. Right. So I don't know what's going to happen with that Turning Point stuff. Charlie Kirk assassination, of course, is complete bullshit. All right. But there are positive aspects to some of these things, guys. So maybe it's trying to get people to move in a certain direction, hijacking a real assassination plan that was coming down. I think that's very possible. But, you know, overall, I'm very, very, very suspect on that. And now I hear other people that have plans to expose stuff, and they have people that they're going to bring on their team that I've already pointed out are very suspect people, all right, general level. And you bring them in, and you may be compromising what you're trying to do. And I hope that gets out there, all right? So they can make their own assessment of who I'm talking about, and many of you can too. So anyway, lawyers of former CIA Director John Brennan want the Justice Department to be prevented from steering an investigation of him and other former government officials to a favored judge. Favored? You mean a fair judge that's not corrupted by the deep state that will give you guys a pass? Yeah, that's what you want. Not going to happen there, little communist boy, right, that ran the CIA. It's very suspect. I was in the CIA when he was there, and it was a very suspect guy. So, of course, the CIA's got some suspect stuff going on. Probably should be shut down and restarted, but along with FBI. But I don't know. Maybe they can salvage it, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, right? There's a lot of corruption there, and a lot of people they'll just go silent. They'll just go silent for 20 years and then come back and F everything up again, right? So I'm very suspect of, keeping that thing alive. All right. Brennan's lawyers say in their letter that they are concerned the Justice Department is engaging in judge shopping like you're trying to do, So they're going to appoint a fair judge, and you're going to say, no, we don't want that judge because it's gone against stuff that the deep state wanted to happen. And she stopped it out. So they were trying to do some stuff, take Trump completely out. And she's like, no, that's bullshit. Give me proof. And they can provide it, so it stopped. So we'll see a lot of this stuff, be exposed. And it's happening at a very quick, very fast pace now. So it says, in short, we are seeking assurance that any litigation or any litigation, not just litigation, any litigation. So they don't want to be held accountable for anything they've done. That any litigation arising out of this grand jury proceeding will be heard by a judge. So we've already seen that Brennan has leaked to the New York Times. And President Trump has said that, he was very strong words against the New York Times, said it should be them and CBS and CNN and NBC. Maybe he should just shut them down. I agree, because they're deep state actors. All they do is 100% deep state, promo and disinformation. They probably should be shut down, right? But then everybody's going to cry that it's, free speech. No, it's free speech for criminals. If they've proven themselves over and over again to be criminal activities, they should be shut down. And I think there's a possibility that could be coming, or their business models are taken over. So here it is right here. So you're going to see a lot from this judge, going forward. I think it's really good. So let's keep our fingers crossed and say some prayers that this goes down in the right direction and doesn't get, compromised some way, some fashion. So corrupt deep state operative John Brennan is frightened of having a fair judge in his case in Florida. He is terrified of Judge Cannon. All right. She's going to do a broadside on John Brennan. Cannons, full guns, all guns, broadside. Then we're going to swing around and do another broadside with the other guns. All right. So John Brennan is aware that there is a strong likelihood that Judge Cannon, who dismissed the false indictment against President Trump related to the Mar-a-Lago FBI raid. So CIA, FBI, corrupt guys. They're not maybe as corrupt right now because President Trump appointed some good, fair people in those positions and high positions. But like I said, don't think that there's like moles deep in those systems, guys. So she ruled fairly on that. She showed her impartiality and courage to go up against the deep state. So in March of 2026, Cannon told corrupt Jack Smith, 2024, sorry, corrupt Jack Smith to provide documents he claimed were classified to the jury or to drop the Mar-a-Lago raid case. So, of course, the case was dropped, right? So it's like common sense, guys. You and I could probably go in and be a judge, right? Because we have common sense. We look at the facts and we're not manipulated by deep state actors that are saying that you have to make this go this way and you have to be creative in that regard and we'll help you out and monetarily. So it's a corrupt system. And fortunately, we do have an uncorruptible there. All right. So looking at this picture, I want you to notice the colors of this aircraft. Look at that, red, dark blue, and white, right? So this is John F. Kennedy Jr.'s aircraft that crashed, right? So remember those colors. Remember those colors. Yes, I like to reveal. I like to reveal little things like this because I think it's very important that people see, where this is going. And President Trump, I believe, is coming in, just like I said, just like JFK did, and bringing in silver-backed certificates, monetary instruments that are backed by silver. And I think this will translate all around the world. Silver is now, for a long time, I think since 72, 73, somewhere around in there, was recognized as an industrial metal. And now, once again, it has been reclassified as a very highly sought after, desirable metal, I guess, here in the United States, and also as an instrument of commerce, right? So it can actually be used as an instrument of commerce once again. And there's sovereign wealth funds that are starting to accumulate silver. Once again, that also puts upward price pressure on the silver prices going forward as well. So devastating details of JFK Jr.'s ultra-secret burial at sea. So you just have to do a little research to start to put all this together. All right. So remember I said that, my buddy, I used to be a hardhead diver. So he was basically telling me that he had friends that actually went in and found the bodies. And I'm saying that those bodies were bloated and weren't their bodies. Probably some people that they put them in there. All right. Heart-wrenching new details about JFK's burial at sea have been revealed for the very first time, 25 years after the former president's son was laid to rest alongside his wife, Carolyn, during the incredibly secretive ceremony. So this just came out last year. This information came out just last year. All right. So let's scroll through this. There's dad and son together, JFK Jr. and his wife, Caroline. Another power couple right there. They were going to go. They would have gone all the way, and who knows? Maybe they still will. Right. So So here he is with his sister Caroline, and his sister Caroline wept profusely. It was not an act. I think she really thought that he was gone, and they need that to happen, guys. They need that to happen. So it's a cover for when these guys go to Valhalla, all right, wherever they went. All right, so then when it came time to put ashes in the water, says Black, I first led the sets down. They went down to the water, and next he led John, grief-stricken sister Caroline down the steps to the vessel. He says she touched the urn as if to signal that she wasn't ready to let go of her brother so quickly. So I calmed her, and we went down, and so it did happen. Now here's the funeral was a star-studded affair, including Muhammad Ali, Maria Shriver, and then husband Arnold Schwarzenegger attended the funeral. And this was the land-based funeral, and then they had one at sea. So Senator Ted Kennedy was there back when he was alive. All right, and there was some very, as we've learned, very troubling things that he was involved in, unfortunately. So not all the Kennedys were uncorruptible, obviously. The flag is raised to half-mast aboard the Navy destroyer USS Briscoe. All right, so it goes on to say that this was very unusual, but somehow they bring in Clinton. Clinton said, let them use the Navy to do it. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. Right, so a mysterious plane crash because he's a very skilled pilot, but it goes down, right? It just goes down, just goes down. And if it was going down, he could have like skidded it and they could have bailed out. Now remember those colors. Remember the colors of that. All right. Now let's look at some other images. Now, like I said, President Trump and John were buds, and here's a lot of pictures with them together. All right, hanging out, black tie, and here he is with RFK Jr. So now RFK Jr. was doing a show one time, and somebody in the chat said, if JFK Jr. is still alive, touch your nose. And he went with a big smile on his face. So now Juan has told people, not me personally, I haven't asked him personally, but Juan has told other people that I've known in the past, unfortunately they're no longer with us, but he's told them that he is alive, right? So Juan has said that, and you guys know Juan he's usually on up and up and all this stuff. So again, when will he come out? Because some of these guys and gals come out, and we see them occasionally. There's been sightings of Princess Diana, who said that all of the royals were a bunch of lizards. Remember that, right? So I'm telling you guys, we got the hybrid, lizards still here, right? The big daddy lizards, the lizards that were full lizards, they're not here anymore. So this is a good thing that the positive ETs have done for us, and they've given us a window of taking down this deep state, which is coming. The deep state is basically, I believe, the Draco reptilian offspring and so forth. The Bush family, Clintons, Rothschilds, on and on and on. Rockefellers, all lizards, all of them lizards, guys. All right, so this will become, I think, more common next year. All right, I think this really starts to come out, disclosure on a lot of different things. So it'll be quite interesting. Now, let's look at those. Let's look at those colors. All right, Air Force One. Now, remember those colors: the red, I guess black, dark brown, dark blue, whatever, and the white. That's what JFK Jr. had on his aircraft, right? So this is a model of President Donald Trump's proposed redesign of Air Force One on display in the Oval Office of the White House in October 2019. So things changed a little bit. So this is what they presented to the world as the colors. And now this is what it's going to be. Now, why would he change the colors? Why would he change the colors? Because this is JFK's colors. All right, so at first he honored the son, his friend. These are the colors we're choosing. He presented that to the world. So you know that President Trump is a guy that misdirects and redirects and does that basically in the face of the deep state. So when President Biden came in over the last 4 years, I think he threw somewhat of a wrench into this, and Boeing was having some problems and blah, blah, blah. But now we're going to see these are the colors, guys. Right? And that's JFK's colors for his craft for Air Force One. Right? Now this one, it says this November 2013 photo shows special air mission, President JFK Kennedy's JFK Air Force One on display at the National Museum, the United States Air Force, and the Presidential Gallery in Dayton, Ohio. So that's where you can actually physically see that and see how it has this nice blue sky and blue watercolor. Same. All right. So President Trump is moving us back to the ideals of those Kennedys. Right. So George, you're saying silver mining is relatively difficult. Yeah, because a lot of the silver that we get is from mining other like copper and gold. I think maybe not gold, but other metals that are needed. And it's almost like a byproduct that comes off of the mining those. So going specifically at and after silver is a little bit more expensive. And that's what we're going to see pretty soon. That they're going to get the signal, the miners and the people that would back the miners. Heck, I'll throw down some money in that. If I can find a good mining group. So I'd get involved. I like going to mine, maybe help them like do demo in the mine. I'm a demo guy. So it's going to be, it's war, guys. It's a civil war, not civil, but silver war. All right. So this is going to be very interesting going forward. The silver, of course, is going to be against the deep state. It's going to destroy the deep state. All right. So remember that movie, The Wizard of Oz, where they say, follow, 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 follow the yellow brick road. So they're trying to like mind control us. All right. Our signal, actually, those books, there were like 12 books, I think. The guy that did the Oz series, and he was basically revealing in those books. And he was revealing that they were manipulating the silver price all the way back then, the turn of the century and before the turn of the century. And then of course, Hollywood got those works. Did he get any, did they like give him like, that's what they do. I've had all these people on my show, The Matrix, and Saving Private Benjamin. My work has been, hammered. So that's what they do. They steal the work if they can. If they can't, they hammer it some way. And that's what they did with The Wizard of Oz. So they basically stole the work and then they manipulated it, just like they did The Matrix, right? So this is something, the deep state is not creative. They don't have that creative spark from God. They're not part of God, although they'll lie and say they are. And but in behind the scenes, they're Luciferians. We know that, right? So, let's look at another little thing that's going on. And this is another reveal for you. So I built up the reveal. So you see something like this. And so this is basically hammering President Trump because he put his name on the John F. Kennedy Center. And so you have all these Christmas Eve jazz concert canceled over Trump name on building. So what is he doing? He's saying that he's going to bring back what the Kennedy dream was. All right. Taking down the Federal Reserve and putting us on silver. Wow. And of course, they're blowing this up into be something, of course, because they're, the mainstream media, deep state actors, puppets for the deep state. And some of them are brainwashing and believing all this bullshit too. So that's what we're starting to see. So here's another reveal for you that we're moving in the right direction. So Christmas Eve jazz concert held annually for 2 decades at the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts in Washington, D.C., was canceled by its host this year in protest of the addition of Donald Trump's name to the Washington, D.C. building. They go on to talk about how, Biden basically, took all the Confederate names, Fort Bragg, changed all the, changed all the names, the Confederate generals where all these, Army forts were. He did it. He took names off and put new names on. So, this is something that, the presidents could do. Of course, Biden did it, and everybody's like, oh, that's brilliant, because they're trying to destroy our history. And if they destroy our history, and then they come after us and destroy America, they've destroyed our history. They come in with, transgenderism like crazy, all the woke stuff. It just basically they were destroying our fabric of life and the beauty of America, right? United States of America, and we the people. They have been coming after us. In the last 4 years, they were very, very effective and had a lot of people involved in that. So it is, it's being turned around. It's being turned around very rapidly, very effectively. All right, so let's look at another touchy subject, and that is the Muslims. So Muslims, I've been in the Middle East, and Muslims do not work with other cultures. It's Muslim or get the F out, right? So I've seen it, and it's a slow squeeze, and Muslims overproduce people. All right. So they overwhelm populations that invite them in, like America has invited them in. But I promise you, I know that their intent is to take over America, and the deep state, destroying America. And then they bring in this other culture that basically, votes us out of existence, and votes for the Democrat Party. And, our freedoms, everything are gone in America. And eventually they squeeze us. I've seen all over the world, guys. All right. So this is an example. I've been to Lebanon. I was there over 10 years ago, and I saw this transpiring. I've said this, and I'll say it again. Lebanon, one of the most beautiful countries in the world, all in the hills of Lebanon, and their old cathedrals. We're talking 7,000, 8,000-year-old cathedrals all over Lebanon. They had Christmas, the Christians, Christmas caroling everywhere. Absolutely the most beautiful I have ever seen anywhere on earth. And that has been completely compromised, as you guys will see right now.
Lebanon was so multi-faith and multicultural. So we had Druze, Muslims, Christians, Protestants. Because of the way Muslims multiplied in 30 years, they became the majority. Once they became the majority, they were no longer tolerant of the people who took them in and accepted them and included them in the country. They began massacring us in large numbers.
Europe, North America. Are you guys listening?
Yeah, you listening? Right. So you can discount what I say. I only spent like 30 years of my life over there. There's good Muslims, obviously. And those are usually people that really have broken free and have their own ideals and, practice their faith on their own. So the ones that are unfortunately, go to the mosque on Friday and to get their download of manipulative thought, and usually it would come out of those mosques on Friday, and that's when they started to attack us. Usually, everywhere that I went, everywhere, right, throughout the Middle East. So that's what's coming for America. It's a slow squeeze. They come in, and like she was saying, they over multiply. Eventually, they take over. And once they're at the place, and they've started to threaten this already. Up in Somaliland in Minnesota, they have basically started to talk like this, right? Where they're going to take over, and they're going to, right? So I say, ship them out, ship them out as fast as you can before we have to duke it out with them, right? So that's I believe something we'll have to figure out. Now, another thing we're going to have to figure out, like I've been saying, and I've said it for a long time, but I said that maybe it's not going to be that bad, but that bad, right? That means not as many cities, and maybe these cities will be, not completely and totally destroyed, but they will be bastions of where the deep staters, Democrats pretty much, go to, hold out for their last straw. And then their minions that have been compromised, consciously compromised, as I like to say, they're going to fight. And so you see Atlanta, Georgia, they said Philadelphia, PA twice, but that's Atlanta, Georgia. I've said these names. I don't know about Detroit. Detroit's over here. But Chicago, yes, I would say. Boston, very strong possibility. Minneapolis, of course. New York, yes. Washington, D.C., maybe not now that Trump has gotten the National Guard in there. And he has the mayor there that is working with him. This is a massive turnaround. And you see down here, New Orleans. New Orleans, I would have said yes 6-7 months ago or so. But the mayor and the governor of New York of the state, now we have a Louisiana Republican, and the mayor of New Orleans, who's a Democrat, wants National Guard to come in and help her clean up her city. So wherever we see that, we see Los Angeles resisting that, of course. So Los Angeles will probably be mostly destroyed. Portland, they're resisting National Guard, as we know, mostly destroyed. Seattle, resisting, mostly destroyed. San Francisco, resisting. San Francisco, Oakland, resisting, mostly destroyed. Denver, of course, mostly resisting, mostly destroyed. So wherever you see the Democrats put up the most resistance and allow their citizens to be subjected to extreme levels of brutality from illegal immigrants, and then, of course, Muslim hordes and so forth, you're going to see them destroy, guys. You're going to see them destroyed for the most part. Not completely, but for the most part. All right. So I know a lot of you, I've seen, well, not a lot of you, but I've seen some of you chatting that you're like, well, good. It's because I put some hope out there, right? We always have to have, and I don't like to say hope. I like to say some positive out there, right? Because if we focus on the positive, we can create that for the most part. But we're still in, Hell Week, SEAL training, right? So we're going to have to go through some tough times. Some of you will quit, right? Some of you are already quitted, and it will continue to be like that going forward. So here's positive things, and I just have a couple more things we'll put out. And I know I've been on here for a little bit. DHS arrest over 17,500 criminal illegal aliens under Lake and Riley Act. So things are moving in the right direction. So we're starting to arrest I pointed this out, the worst of the baddies are getting taken out, and that's going to continue. All right. So here's some of the corruption. And I've seen in Maine where they were supporting from Maine. What? In Maine, they were supporting Somali groups, giving money to them. And they found that they took over $1 million. Hello. Because it's a pirate culture and they're inbred. So that's what somebody told me. I can't claim that, but that's pretty fitting. I was like, God, it's perfect. So of course they're going to steal. So here we go. Here's another one. This will be the last one I share. On Christmas Day,
a massive fraud is taking place within the government and the Somali population. Here, this building alone, Quality Learning Center, is a daycare, yet they spelled learning wrong, and they said leering. This daycare alone in 2025 has received $1.9 million from the government. And the strange things about these childcare centers is there's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed and the windows are all blacked out. No one's working. Midday, children should be in here, and this place is licensed for 99 children, and this is the outside. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelled the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota. The government is complicit with this, and this is just one of the hundreds of child daycare centers here inside of Minneapolis being ran by the Somali population. It's sad that it's happening here in Minnesota, and it stinks that it's happening and it's being labeled on the Somali population. However, that's just the facts of what's happening here inside of Minnesota. $1.9 million for this daycare center that can't even spell learning right.
Winning by exposing this. All right, so it's a Merry Christmas, I think. I hope you guys feel the same way. Watch that price of silver. Hope you guys got some. If you don't get some, keep getting it. Right? It's still very, very. I'm going to get some more. Right? I'm already diversifying, like I said, into some of the miners. So you go online and look at some of those. SIL, SILJ. I did a show the other day where I talked about some other miners that I'm looking at. One of them that does gold mining and one of them that does gold and platinum. So they'll be very, very successful going forward. So many ways to, not only help to take down the system, but also diversify and make yourself very successful going forward. Because I would love to see those of you that have been involved with this. Some of you have been following me like 7-8 years, I think. So hopefully you've been getting a lot from me. Obviously you have. You've been following me that long. So there are lots of things going forward where we can, take, our success and create the world that we believe in. And the deep state, with all their money that's disappearing from them and being repositioned towards us, right, is going to help all of us. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks for saying that had no sound. So yeah, it's Merry Christmas. For some reason, my computer shut off. I don't know if we had a little power surge or whatever, but yeah, thanks for the heads up on there was no sound. So good now. Yeah, thanks, Arnold Lake. So we're in Merry Christmas time. So Christmas Eve. It's very beautiful here in Lake Tahoe. I know some of you guys are in some tropical places where I was, and I know you're going out to the beach for Christmas. That's good for you. I love the view here. I love the view back in Florida, but I like it all. Right, so you got to experience it. And if you're with the Life Wave and you're very healthy, then you'll be able to experience it for a long time. All right, so Democrat Party. You guys know that I predicted the Democrat Party goes away. Now, Jerome Corsi was just on with Stephen Gardner, and he says that he sees them going away in 6 months. Now, some of the people I've had on my shows in the past have basically gone to the Justice Department, and they have been there for, I think, over 6 months, revealing information. So we may have this one gentleman has revealed quite a bit on money laundering and how child trafficking, drug trafficking, mortgage fraud, and so forth has been funding the Democrat Party in a lot of different ways. So this is some of the things that Jerome Corsi is talking about right now. So, like I said, he is predicting that it's going down within the next 6 months. So you know that I believe that the Insurrection Act is going to be activated probably sometime in the early part of next year. Will it be activated everywhere? No, it won't need to be, but there obviously are most of the Democrat strongholds will need some help, all right, because they're basically under a very corrupt government, and they can't get rid of them because they keep voting themselves in through election corruption, Democrat Party. So all of this is about to be exposed. The cartel connections, like I've been saying, that the Democrat Party, and not just the Democrat Party, there's obviously some Republicans are involved in money laundering, election engineering, and all kind of crazy stuff. So we'll see a lot of this stuff get cleared. We'll probably have some new political parties going forward. People that will come up now that they have the cover to actually get involved and have the opportunity to represent, America, because the GOP and the Democrat Party are basically, controlling everything through their funding, and it is about to get taken down, the whole system. So yeah, Mary, get her done. Let's get her done. All right, so let's look at Jerome Corsi talking with Stephen Gardner. Like I said, it's a very, very good video. I'm just going to give you little pieces of it, but the whole video is a reveal. So I highly recommend you see Trump's new executive order will change everything. So Stephen Gardner, basically with Jerome Corsi. Jerome has been on Nino show several times. So they've been revealing a lot of stuff. Now I'm like the guy that revealed the guy that he's talking about revealing. So, it happens at a very grassroots level, at my level. And I'm doing stuff that, causes the deep state to really get their shorts in a wad. And they've come after me and my family. So quite a bit. We're missing, a member of the family this year because of their targeting. And so we're very, frustrated with that. But, at least we're still here to share a lot of this information.
Campaigns for Democrats, they had to use your identity because the FEC requires that donations be made by someone. So they had to borrow your name and social security number to make the donations, and you weren't aware of it. TD Bank's already been fined like $3 billion on that as a criminal investigation in the Department of Justice, but nobody went to jail. Now,
so Canada is the Canadian government, not the Canadian people at all, really, to a great extent. But the Canadian government is deeply involved in this corruption. Like he's talking about, the Canadian banks, pretty much all the Canadian banks have been involved in not only taking the money from people that were pushing back on their deep state during the trucker convoy in Canada, seizing their money, and have Brad Wozny has his entire money taken. There's been other people who've had on my show from Canada that talked about this, but this is some of the money laundering and control systems that we're seeing that Jerome Corsi is talking about here.
what we have is shocking because it was a law enforcement officer in Tennessee who began investigating a drug smuggling operation in Tennessee. He found out it was also child aid, bringing up fentanyl drugs into Tennessee by the waterways and the children. He identified the properties and the ways in which these assets were being distributed into the country. And the money was going into TD Bank. To get the money out of TD Bank, the NGOs that were sponsoring this activity bought homes. Buy a home for $100,000. They were being given loans by TD Bank and others of $1 million. At the highest level, the money, the drug money, the child sex money was coming in.
Now, the NGOs, non-governmental organizations that he's talking about, have funneled a lot of this money to the Democrat Party and judicial people and so forth that have gone after the Trump organization, all the way back when he was first elected and all the way up to today. And especially during the time frame where he was not in office, but in the background, as the 46th president. All right. So there's a lot of this stuff being exposed. And the money laundering, like he's talking about, is pretty significant. We're talking billions and billions of dollars that's being funneled into Black Lives Matter and to do the riots. Most of the riots that we're seeing right now anywhere are funded by the Democrat Party. And this is all of the stuff that's getting ready to be revealed very shortly.
To Act Blue through NGOs. They were buying $1 million homes and they were getting $100 million mortgages, which of course was not the mortgage. It was just a way for the bank to funnel that money back to them through a mortgage scam. Okay, so the Democratic Party, NGOs that in turn with all this money fund Antifa and Black Lives Matter and other groups that want to destroy the United States, including groups that want to rig the elections. So the Democratic Party is tied into drug running, fentanyl running, open borders. The Catholic Church is involved in setting it up and brokering the deal through Pope Francis, involved in pedophilia, child sex trade, and that money is what goes into Antifa. And General Flynn has also supported us and been helping me to write editorials and articles exposing this. But if we press this, the Democratic Party will not exist in 6 months.
So the Democrat Party will not exist in 6 months. So that's a bold prediction, but I think it's very possible. And if President Trump does the election emergency, where he sends out, I have remote viewed troops at election polling, not polling, but election booths going forward to make sure that they're not disrupted, because I think there will be a massive threat in our election system come November 26. So year 26. So I see definitely the involvement of the military. They're probably going to be called out earlier. There's going to be a sweep. This is some of the things that Juan O'Savin has talked about, where everyone will have to re-register. If you pay taxes and you have you're American citizen and you can prove that. I don't know if they're going to go that far. Hopefully, they're going to go that far. I don't see why they couldn't. If you have a fair election, you will not see a Democrat elected probably throughout all of America, and I think that's coming. So this is the direction we're moving in. I think over the next several months, with all the reveals that are coming about the Democrat Party, which is basically just a communist system now that wants to destroy America. So they're in actively, trying to destroy America, and that's what President Trump is trying to bring in National Guard and some military into some of these areas. Like Portland and Chicago. So I guess like I talked about yesterday, the justice, all the justices, Supreme Court justices basically said, no, this is worded incorrectly. It says for like general, the troops or whatever. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like they are kind of like saying that American troops can come in. So they need to lay down the law, and I think that's coming in the next year, very early on. So we'll see. if it does, then we'll understand why there's been a pause on a lot of stuff, because it's going to, in one pretty much fell swoop, it's going to basically tie all these Democrats, these evil, corrupt, child trafficking, 300,000, over 300,000. They talked about that in the beginning of that conversation. It was readied before the Biden lookalike person and his administration basically opened the borders. So they went down into Honduras and a lot of those areas, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, with tons, billions and billions of dollars. They brought in children, over 300,000 children or more, probably more, we might find out, and basically gave them right into the child slave trade here in America. So it is crazy. It's crazy what they've done. And I think that Americans are becoming aware of it more and more by the day. So look at that gorgeous snow behind MJS. That's right. So enjoy the snow. If you're in a non-snow area, you get a little white Christmas right here, right? So it's beautiful. So Shanghai silver price today went to 78.55, and what was the closeout of the American silver price, because they came in and hammered it today. They basically called the people that had large positions, and they said that if you have a lot of money in something, and you've done it off of borrowing or whatever, I can't think of the name right now, but you have to have this much in your position. And they did it, so they only had a few hours. So they tried what they tried to do back in 2008 and 9, where they crashed the silver price, and all the way back to the Hunt brothers. They tried to do this. They tried to do the same thing, but people came in and started buying that. All right, so they tried to crash it, and it stopped, and then it turned back around again. And we're seeing, like I'm showing here, the Shanghai they're not messing around. They need the physical silver, because they're building out all these different solar and batteries and all kind of stuff that you only need 9 minutes to charge your car battery. When you go in, I know when I go in and like fill up, it takes about that long. I fill up, go in and grab something and use the restroom, whatever, come back. It's more than 9 minutes. So in 9 minutes, you could have your electric car charge up. So this is going to be massive, but it takes a lot of silver, because only silver can deal with the amount of heat that comes from a fast charge like that. All right, so in a lot of silver, we're talking like over 2 pounds, 2.2 pounds of silver in these batteries. So that's a lot. And imagine every electric car having those in the future. That's right there is a massive amount. And of course, silver is in everything now, medical, because it's got antibacterial properties. So they have it in a lot of stuff. Wow, that was a big thump. It came off the roof and landed on my deck. So you guys probably see it bombing down there. I was like shoveling that earlier and getting a little bit of a bomb, but now it's coming down heavy. All right, so we'll see silver continue to go up. All right, because they're already bidding at in some of these areas, like you see right there, 78. I'm looking right now at what it closed at, because those markets closed early today. So they pushed back on a lot of the precious metals today. They came in and basically hammered it. They tried to blow it up and push it down so that they could get out of their shorts, is what they're trying to do. So silver here in America settled at 71.68. That's a big difference. It's a big difference. Now there shouldn't be any difference, and if there is a difference, then it gets very quickly balanced. So we're going to see a balancing act, and as you can see here, it is it is rocketing up in China. So 78.55 is, we're going for 100 very soon. And like I predicted, 85, no, I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. So just right here, we're in that zone. But in America, with the manipulation that goes on here, where they use paper to monetize gold and silver, which is ridiculous. You need the physical gold and silver and platinum and so forth. By playing this game, this paper game, these banksters are getting hammered because they had short positions because they thought they were going to like press it down, and it didn't work out. So we may see on Friday, we may see a massive pop, like we saw, this week. It popped big today because it was thin trading, and they came in and said anyone that had big positions, you had to be able to cover it with this much liquid, money, and it put a lot of people. It was like so much, and people couldn't handle it. They couldn't do it, and so they basically came in and got hammered. Yeah, squeezing. That's right, Brenda. They're squeezing. They tried to squeeze, but it is going to backfire on them. So the squeeze they're doing is so they can get out of their shorts, which is going to cause the position to start to rocket, probably, I would believe, on Friday. So we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, I remember a lot of people were like, when Dr. Kirk Kelly and I were like, get into silver, and that was back when it was $49.50, like what, a month or two ago. It's like, geez. And it pulled back, as silver does, like it did today. It pulled back, and we're like, this is a buying opportunity. Don't whine, because it doesn't go up in a straight line all the time. You're going to see, you're going to still make out. And sure enough, that position is up quite substantially. We went from 50 to probably Friday, if things are going in the direction I think they are, we may see 75. So, yeah, good, Barry. Took Kirk Elliott's advice. So a lot of people, myself included, took his advice, and we're very financially stable, right, and very happy financially. So if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Brenda, if you have like 50,000 ounces of silver, you don't hold it in your possession. That would have like every robber all over the West Coast coming to my house, right? So no, you put it in a place where it's safe, right? So I don't know, maybe a lot of you guys, maybe like your grandma has 500 ounces that she's had, for decades, and she's doing really well, and you are like, clowning around, not getting any silver, or you've sold your silver back when it was around $50, and you're like kicking yourself in the ass. Still not too late, guys. Still not too late to get into silver. So there you go. It is going to go much higher, like I predict. It will go to probably $150 sometime at the end of the first quarter, is what I'm guesstimating. Maybe in the middle, second quarter. So we'll see very big numbers in gold going forward, or silver going forward, and gold and platinum and palladium, all of them. I don't have palladium, but I have all the other ones, right? So I'm very happy. And now here's a little tip for you. I'm not an advisor, so don't go, I took Michael Jacobs' advice and it didn't work out for me. Everything that you have, is like, I wouldn't say that silver is a speculation, but some of you have been holding on to crypto for quite some time, and you're very sad about that, right? While those of us that have moved into silver are very happy. It's a very happy Christmas for us. But for cryptos, not so much. And I don't know where it's going to go. If the stock market does, reach all-time highs, which we're going to see the stock market pump. They always pump it up at the end of the year, guys. So they look good on paper at the end of the year, so they can brag that, look, we had this much percentage increase. And it is probably just that last little, sometimes it's just that last month that they ramp it up. That gives them like a good look. And then next year it starts to crash again. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, like I predicted, that we would see some super all-time highs in the stock market. Again, not investment advice, but just by the standard of what we've seen in the past, there's usually a big blow-off before it crashes. All right. So we haven't really seen a big blow-off top high, I don't think yet. But maybe it is. Maybe these highs we've seen are just, that's it. Right. It could be, but I don't think so. We'll see. So if it does continue to go up, then gold and silver and precious metals will continue to go up. We may see gold, silver, and the rest of them go sideways for a little bit. Are you aware that Ohio governor running candidate Casey Putsch is running against Vivek and has his own YouTube channel? He was recently on Tucker Carlson. He seems down to earth. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I have not looked at him, but thanks for bringing that to my attention. I will look at him. I'm not a big fan of Vivek, but Ramaswamy, but I would say he's better than any Democrat they can throw out there. So but if this guy is even a better candidate, just a down to earth guy, like you say, and just salt to the earth, and basically just wants to do good for humanity and his state, then I'm like, that's where we need to be going. All right. So I think that's where we're going to be moving. Mike, what is the best place to keep my physical silver? Depends on how much you got, Kathy. Now, if you have, a couple hundred ounces, whatever, a few hundred, whatever it is, somewhere around 1,000 ounces, I have a lot, right? So on hand, but I wouldn't, have way ridiculous amounts on it. And that's just common sense for multiple reasons. And I would say that if you're like an IRA or something like that, contact the Dr. Kirk Elliott to give you free advice. I know a lot of people have done their IRAs, changed a lot of their IRAs over to, and I recommend Dr. Kirk Elliott because he is above board, where there's a lot of shysters out there, and probably some of the people you've been dealing with for a long time are shysters. You just don't realize it yet, right? So don't just look into it. They'll answer your questions on it. Depending on how much you got and how much you want to transfer. If you have it in a depository, like I have a friend who has a depository in Canada, and we're like, get it out of there. That's a corrupt place, bad corrupt. You better get out of there. So she's going to have her silver transferred over to Dr. Kirk Elliott. And I don't know how that works either. I don't think they're going to put it on trucks and drive it over there. I think they'll probably just do some kind of swap, type thing. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So what else we got going on out there? There's a few more things I want to cover. Just let me see. I'm covering everything on the silver breakout. Yeah, so there's really good stuff I believe is going on with silver, precious metals. But like I said, I was about to go into miners. So miners, I'm starting to go pretty heavy in miners because I think it's the time now. It hasn't been the time, although they have gone up pretty nicely so far this year, but not as much as they would normally. If you look back in time, they've had, and I'll probably go into more detail about this later, but they've had significantly higher breakouts when silver and gold and the other precious metals go up. They haven't done that yet. So there could be a 3-4x on some of the miners. So the ones that I like are, and I'll share the screen again so I can show you guys. There's several of them, and there's a couple that I'm going to start to look heavily at. All right, so and when I say heavily at, that means invest heavily. All right. So SIL, all right, as you see down, it may continue to go down. Like I said, these could go down or sideways, but I think we're still going to see a little bit more pop on silver before it kind of takes a little break and it takes a little nap and then takes off again. All right. So it's been on a big sprint and we need to let it rest a little bit. So, but I still think it has some legs because everybody is buying it. Silver has been so suppressed for so long. We may just see silver just keep going up. All right. It may not rest. And if it does rest, it won't rest for long. So SIL, that's the it's one of the silver miners. SILJ, these are junior miners. As you can see, the price range 29 and 87. GDX, which is gold, and SBSW, which is platinum and I think gold. So I'm gonna do a little bit more research on that one. But this one right here, because platinum has really, you remember? Do you guys remember in the last like 2008, 2007, 2008, platinum was more than gold? Yeah. So platinum has really been on a tear over the last week or two, and I think it's going to rest a little bit, pull back a little bit, and then and probably take off again at some point. So this would be the time to look at the miners. So the miners no one has wanted to promote or do the miners. I even talked to Juan O'Savin, and he's like, no, on miners. He told me this a long time ago. I haven't asked him recently, but I do my own research. And the miners, when you look back in time, do your own research and take your own risks. But like I said, it's all about everything's a risk. All right, so life is a risk, but we live it, right? So these could be great opportunities for you going forward. Look at those for you guys that invest in that kind of stuff. All right, me, I invest in it. I do options and futures, and rarely do I invest in something long term. But this I believe is going to be my long term investments, and they have the potential, like I said, of going 3-4x pretty quick. All right. So just a little insight for you to help you guys survive the coming storms and do well, because some of that might carry you over. So that's what happened with me. I went through a pretty tough time when the CIA decided they were going to destroy me, and so my gold and silver that I'd accumulated helped carry me through. And I don't think they realized that I had that. So. How about that? But it didn't work. So I got protection going on. So deportations, as we're seeing here in America, are surging, and they're also starting to surge in 10 European countries. They're forcing Muslims to return to the countries of origin, because the Muslims are basically here to take over America, and because they're manipulable, right? I've seen this because I remember I did a lot of time, decades in the Middle East, and I would look at their news and I'd be like, how are they so easily misled? And then I saw that the CIA that I was working with was helping that manipulation, and I was like, oh my God, good thing they don't do it in America. And then I started to find out about Operation Mockingbird, of course. I'd heard about it, and I was like, that was an old thing. They obviously don't do that anymore. And then I started to look a little closer, and I'm like, oh, dang. Operation Mockingbird is like, the reason why you don't see it is because Americans are a little more sophisticated and educated. So when you have a group of people that are barely first or maybe the most third grade education as a whole. Now, of course, they have very highly educated people there, and it was kind of cool to hang out with them, because when I was there, of course, I'm CIA and I'm undercover and all that kind of stuff, and I'm just like a dude working at the State Department. But I was like the 1%er in Pakistan. Like, that was kind of pretty cool. So all of the big wigs, they like invite us all over, so we have to hang out and gather information. and pass cards that they would give us to the case officers, and so they could contact them. But that's kind of the way it is in those countries. Here in America, like I said, it's more evolved control system, and we're starting to become more aware of that, and we're starting to do our own research, and we're starting to do critical thinking, and we catch these criminals in the mainstream media almost instantly now when they put out BS. All right, all the recent false flag shootings and all that kind of stuff. We're all like, no, and it's all bullshit, as Ole Democrat says, bullshit. He's a master, and he taught all of us a long time. He came on my shows. It was like every other week for like 2 years straight almost. So we all learned a lot from Ole, and we see through their muddy BS very quickly now, and so it's great. So deportations are surging. We're probably going to see the Muslim population here in America, which are here to basically take down America, guys. All right, and we'll probably see a lot of the Muslim population be deported back, and that's good. That's very good, because I've seen them all over the world, and they don't do well with others. So go back to your own countries in Somalia and so forth, but not so fast. You know how they're saying, "Oh, deport her because she married her brother." Bullshit, bullshitty. All right, she did very bad things, frauded the American people. She has gone from, like, I don't know, $100,000 to $30 million. $30 million, right? And all the Somalis, the little skinnies, that's what we call them. We're over there. We call them the skinnies. They're pretty much raping Minnesota. And they talked about how in Minnesota they have like it's a small state. They have like 5 million people or something like that, and they have 8 million voters. It's insane. It's insane, the corruption that has gone on there. There's been allowed to happen in Minnesota, but that's just Minnesota. That's happening in California. It's probably like that's child's play. And New York, that's child's play. We do it much bigger here. And so Illinois, same thing, child's play. And so we're going to see this corruption in the Democrat Party explode on them, I think. And of course, they pushed the trials of Hillary, not trials, but they're supposed to testify to Congress. They pushed them from, I think, what was it, end of last month, into January. And I think that's because they were like, let's just take everything down in January. All right, let's just take the whole Democrat Party down. Let's just do them all. All right. So I think that's going to be a massive exposure, more than has already happened on the Democrat Party. All right. So deportations will continue here in America, and they're continuing in Europe, because the Muslims are coming there to basically destroy thousands and thousands of years of history. And all of those people that have had all of those generations and generations and hundred generations developing those countries, and you bring in like this other group to like take it down in a generation. That's what they're trying to do, and Europeans are about done with that. And so they're finally pushing back on it. Maybe we're the example right now. I think that's possible. So they're really starting to ramp it up. They're getting their criminals, their Muslims out of there, right? So and it's kind of funny, because I posted about Ilhan Omar. I said, she doesn't get deported. She goes to a penitentiary, all right? And someone said, well, what do you think? It's a pirate country, and they interbreed. They're inbred pirate, culture. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's it. That's it right there. Because they have now hundreds, maybe even more, of fraud cases against Somalis. I mean, they came into Ilhan Omar's, district, and she's like partying with them. She's promoting them. She's like bringing them in, and they're like, getting all these jobs, and she's got them working for her. And she's like, I don't know anything about this. They all lie. They all lie until they're in jail. It's like, yeah, I made a mistake. Yeah, you're in jail, and yeah, you're going to be there for a long time. And God, if they deport her back without putting her in jail, that'd be a bullshit. Bring her back and put her in jail if she ends up over there. All right. Make an example out of that skinny. All right. Good God, that's bullshit. All right. So, we're trying to get rid of these illegal immigrants and Muslims that want to take over our country, and we have these mayors. There's a mayor, Jacob Fry. Jacob Fry. So let me show you the picture. I'm sending this guy a lot of love. All right, a lot of love, so he can go bye-bye. All right. So Jacob Fry. Lots of love to you, Jacob, and all the baddies that are on you are going to have to go away because you're not going to like that energy, and then you're going to be vulnerable. All right, so here we go. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry is facing calls to resign. So again, these Democrats are trying to cause an insurrection. They have to go. They have to go. And a lot of them, like this clown, should not only just resign, he should be thrown in prison if the operations continue in his city. What is wrong with this guy? Somebody wrote. Yeah, I agree. I am increasingly concerned because of the chaos that is being caused by these ICE agents. Yeah, you're increasingly concerned because they're taking away your capability to money launder and hold the line for your people behind you, which are like the Somalis, are benefiting and robbing the U.S. taxpayers. We all know that we cannot afford to lose a single Minneapolis resident, skinny, because they showed up and decided to protect their neighbors. So the skinnies are basically getting ready to go, Mogadishu on us, guys. That's what we're hearing. And I saw the verbiage that Ilhan Omar used recently, and it sounds like they're starting to foment an insurrection, right? So, like I've been saying, some of those big cities, some of those big blue cities like Minneapolis, you better be very careful. Should have gotten out of it, but if you're still there for whatever reason, be heads up. Be very cautious. Be ready to roll. Have your go bag ready and your silver. Don't have a lot of it because it takes it's 72 pounds for 1,000 ounces, and that's pretty rough to carry that, right? So anyway, and load it in your car and get the hell out. All right. So Trump revokes temporary protected status for Somalis in Minnesota. They can now be deported. Bye-bye, skinnies. All right. So it is something that I don't see them going, all of them going, guys. I think that we might see a fight. Tonight there's gonna be a showdown. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. Go ICE. Right? Go ICE. All right. So my lovely wife was asking me about contractors, and I was like, they won't have military contractors here. That would be that won't happen. But they'll have there's security contractors everywhere. They protect people. They protect businesses. You go to Walmart, there's security contractors there, and so it's not a big thing. When I was in Blackwater, I was basically a security contractor for the CIA and the State Department. So it is not a big thing. Of course, I was super high speed one, and some of these places cannot afford me. So it would not, and I would not do that anymore because it's I'm here doing a service far more than protecting a few people. All right, and Hollywood, whatever. I had a bunch of my friends, leave contracting world in the Middle East and work with a lot of Hollywood types and vice versa. They left Hollywood types and came and worked with me overseas. So, there's a lot of really good people out there that can do this work. Former military guys. I'm 65 and I still could kick some serious ass, and I can point a gun and shoot 3 bullets very fast before seconds and draw my knife, and it will hit a target in less than like a 0.3 seconds. That's how fast I can draw my knife and poke it into your orbital, occipital orbital cavity into your brainstem, and you go bye-bye. Right. So it is, there's a lot of good quality people out there that can, hold the line. There's a lot of us that if things get really out of hand in some of these Democrat cities like Minneapolis or whatever, we could show up and help. Right. ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. The Trump administration aims to build 7 large-scale holding centers to speed up deportations, and they should have them near airfields so they can, bring them in, process them, load them onto planes, and then get them out. Right. So I saw recently where someone was like crying because we're going to pay illegal aliens like $3,000 and a free trip back home. That's peanuts, guys, compared to what we're going to have to go through money wise to like get them out. We have to hunt them down. That's time. That's, you're paying people to do that, to do the research, hunt people down. They're not easily found. They would be easily found if some of these Democrat states like Illinois would not allow them, they're stopping the ICE agents from picking up these illegal aliens from all these other places, and they let these criminals go and back into society. It's crazy. That's why we have to see an insurrection act, I believe, early next year. Right. So the Trump administration is seeking contractors, all right, to help it overhaul the United States immigrant detention system in a plan that includes renovating industrial warehouses to hold more than 80,000 immigrant detainees at a time. Wow. They're getting serious about getting these knuckleheads out of here, right? Rather than shuttling detainees around the country to wherever detention space is available, as happens now, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement aims to speed up deportations. My mind goes way faster in my mind sometimes. By establishing a deliberate feeder system. That's why sometimes I have to like really pronounce my words, so I slow myself down. All right. Newly arrested detainees would be booked into processing sites for a few weeks before being funneled into one of 7 large-scale warehouses holding 5,000 to 10,000 people each, where they would be staged for deportation. The large warehouses would be close to major logistics hubs, which means airports, in Virginia, Texas, Louisiana, Arizona, Georgia, and Missouri. Now, that's interesting because these are all, now Virginia just unfortunately went Democrat, which was stolen, I believe. But most of these, even though Georgia is a Republican state, it is a deep state Republican state. Right. So Rafsanjani and whoever the frig that, and you got to take into account that, they are sometimes forced into this. If I'm not mistaken, the governor of Georgia, his daughter was dating, and this was when they were investigating the voter fraud and so forth. And they basically sent a message to him. All right. So, some of these people, we're going to probably have to let them slide a little bit because they were forced into some of this activity. And that's understandable. And that's acceptable to a certain level. So don't, completely, like sometimes I just say Georgia is like the most corrupt state. And even though we have Illinois and New York and California, Georgia is super, super corrupt, right? It needs to be cleaned up bad. So I don't think anyone has been voted into Georgia in a long time. They've all been selected. All right. 16 smaller warehouses would hold up to 1,500 people each. And of course, that's not going to happen in Illinois at the moment. But at some point, if we do the Insurrection Act, which will be targeting, states like that and cities like Chicago and so forth, for the people there, guys. Of course, there's a lot of people there, not a lot, but I think there's some people there that are still brainwashed into believing in the Democrat Party. But for the most part, they're American citizens and need help, all right? And I'm all about that. The draft solicitation is not final and is subject to changes. ICE plans to share it with private detention companies. Please don't do it with the some of these corrupt, prison system detention companies, right? Which basically have a lot of people in those detention centers that really don't belong there. They have judges and law enforcement and so forth that are basically keeping them filled so they make money. And then they filter that back to some of those judges and law enforcement. So be, very, very thoughtful in who you, bring in. So, and these things are, even if you bring in somebody that's on the up and up, they can sometimes be corrupted. And I unfortunately saw that at Blackwater. So Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, said she cannot confirm or deny, like I used to say when I worked for CIA, the Post reporting and declined to answer questions about the warehouse plan. All right. So they're not on the up and up about it yet, but they're kind of leaking it a little bit so that, people can go, like me, can put this information out there, and people like a lot of you guys in the chat go, let's go. All right. Get her done. All right. That's what we like to say, right? Get her done. Let's move. All right. So the global warming lie is really getting a lot of nails in the coffin on it. And the most recent is record mass gain in Greenland. Record Greenland ice gain, heavy rainfall. So that's something else. But as you see there, that spike is a record ice gain in Greenland. So all of the global warming scam lie, they stopped saying global warming. They said climate change. Like climate change. Like what? The climate's always changing up and down. Yeah, it's out there. It's a climate change. It went from like 45 degrees a few days ago to 31. So that's climate change. And so you want to build all these, windmills and put them out to sea. So President Trump basically froze the windmills that are going off in the coast because animals. I guess the whale population really suffers from, I don't know how, but I've just read about how whale populations really get decimated because of those offshore windmills. So President Trump has frozen those because we got a lot of oil. We got a lot of oil here, more than everybody else in the world. Except maybe Venezuela, but I don't know. Maybe more. And so it's use what you got, and then we'll get once we get to a little bit further into Trump's administration, we start taking down the Democrats who basically kill everybody that comes out with free energy, deep state Democrats. We'll probably go to, revealing some of those technologies. We get levitation vehicles and, energy systems that'll run your house. That's what David Schmidt has with LifeWave. He's ready to reveal that, but there's a lot of pressure on bringing some of this information out and these technologies. So we can look forward to a lot of these coming out as time goes on. But for right now, I'm going to go up and have a nice glass of champagne with my lovely wife. And I hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Possible timing: Wednesday, December 24th to Friday, December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, start of the fiscal year for the new gold asset-backed global financial system in 209 countries. Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, the internet dies, phones go, EBS only. Sunday, December 21st, tonight after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation has stopped, wages are up, prices are down. Our nation is strong, America is respected, and our country is back. We are poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. President Donald J. Trump. Monday, December 22nd, Fred Fleitz, then National Security Advisor John Bolton's Chief of Staff, confirms treachery, deception, betrayal, conspiracy, subversion, and the overthrow of the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. John Durham, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, and CIA Director Gina Haspel deliberately withheld and buried evidence, including Barack Obama's manufactured ICA report, not only in the waning days of the Kenyan administration, but also during his presidency, from the sitting President of the United States, Donald Trump. John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, John Durham, and CIA Director Gina Haspel not only obscured exculpatory evidence, they facilitated the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Top intel operatives face Judgment Day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton, and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Monday, December 22nd, the Democrats said FEMA had no money for Americans in Maui, no money for Americans in East Palestine, Ohio, no money for Americans in Western North Carolina, but FEMA had an extra $1 billion to spend on illegals, including Social Security, Medicaid, and voter registration. Monday, December 22nd, did you know during the lockdowns in 2020, our great military deployed throughout Europe and won a world war? A global underground war was fought and won, and the TV never covered it. Operation Defender Europe 2020 was the largest deployment of U.S.-based forces to Europe since the end of the Cold War. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Monday, December 22nd, 2025. Arrests will begin in Washington, D.C. Anons are awake. They are crying no forgiveness. Son of the Storm, Kash Patel on Telegram. Global financial situation and currency reset of 209 nations. Fed is dead. Gold reset ignites global financial uprising. Fiat is finished. RVGCR is live. Monday, December 22nd. Intel Economics Special Report. Global debt catastrophe. $340 trillion and counting. A system on the brink. December 22nd, 2025, and Monday, December 22nd, the RV and military operations behind the scenes, the signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries, aims to redefine global currencies. Monday, December 22nd, Jassara is active. The transition to a sovereign asset-backed world has begun. Jassara QFS on Telegram. With global wealth distribution now operational and the quantum financial system fully online, humanity has crossed a historic threshold. What was once dismissed as theory is now infrastructure. Control is shifting away from centralized institutions and returning to individuals. Sovereign wealth is no longer a concept reserved for elites. It is becoming a birthright. The QFS protocol and true ownership. Under the quantum financial system, every account exists outside the reach of banks, intermediaries, and political manipulation. Ownership is absolute. Funds cannot be frozen, censored, seized, or diluted. Quantum encryption secures each wallet of the individual level, making corruption mathematically impossible. The legacy banking system does not collapse loudly. It simply just becomes irrelevant. the asset-backed economy emerges. Currencies are realigning with tangible value as gold, commodities, and productive output. Fiat systems built on debt expansion are being reconciled into asset-backed formats, restoring balance and trust. Inflation, artificial scarcity, and speculative distortions lose their power when money is once again anchored to reality. Trade becomes fair. Valuation becomes honest. What comes next? Illegitimate debt accumulated through systematic abuse will be dissolved under Jassara reforms. QFS wallets will unlock through biometric authentication, restoring direct access to personal wealth. Global currency values will adjust to reflect true national resources and productivity. Central banks will be phased out as sovereign treasuries reclaim issuance authority. Legacy systems like SWIFT and coercive taxation structures will be rendered obsolete. The dawn of a new golden age as suppressed capital and resources are released, humanitarian projects, innovation, and infrastructure expansion accelerate worldwide. Education improves, communities rebuild, individuals regain freedom of choice and economic mobility. This is not redistribution through force, but restoration through correction. This is not merely a financial reform, it is a civilizational upgrade. Monday, December 22nd, Jassara status. What people are sensing right now is not coincidence. It's the natural closing of a system that ran on debt, pressure, and artificial scarcity. For decades, value was extracted upward while responsibility was pushed downward. That cycle is ending, not with chaos but with correction. Jassara represents a structural change in how wealth, work, and sovereignty are understood. Instead of endless obligation, the focus moves toward balance. Instead of dependence on intermediaries, ownership returns to the individual. The principle is simple. What you earn, create, and steward belongs to you, not to hidden systems designed to profit from delay and confusion. Under this framework, financial systems are expected to become simpler and more transparent. The layers that once hid fees, penalties, and manipulation are meant to dissolve. Wealth distribution is no longer framed as control from above, but as circulation based on productivity, contribution, and lawful trade between sovereign participants. QFS-style architecture, as often discussed in this context, symbolizes accountability, every account standing on its own, not as property of banks or governments, but an extension of the individual. No leverage without consent, no ownership without responsibility. That is the philosophical core behind the shift people call Jassara. This is not about instant miracles or overnight changes. It is about alignment. When systems realign with fairness, pressure eases naturally. When extraction stops, growth becomes possible again. That is why resistance is loud right now. Outdated structures always react when their influence fades. The era of debt as a weapon is closing. The era of value rooted in sovereignty is opening. What comes next is not announced with noise. It shows up as clarity, simplification, and quiet structural change. Those paying attention will recognize it, not because they were told, but because they can feel the difference. Monday, December 22nd. 3. Israel and Netanyahu, the plan for Greater Israel and control of the Eurasian landmass. There's a link to that. And Monday, December 22nd, Nancy Pelosi just got caught in the biggest insider trading criminal scandal in history. Public documents prove that Pelosi's insider information made her the #1 stock trader in the world. She crushed Warren Buffett, who sits in the #2 spot by a whopping 128% in earnings. The Pelosi mafia is now in control of the Democratic Party and is putting its full power behind Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run. Alex Jones on Telegram.
Tuesday, December 23rd.
It's the 23rd of December 2025, and we're now seeing everything play out in public. The criminal syndicates are being dismantled one by one, state by state throughout the United States. country by country throughout the EU and in the UK. This all happened back in 21 and 22, but you're now seeing it play out in the pantomime. It is all being completely dismantled. The good thing is, it's already been done. For those people who are awake and aware, you'll know that. But for those people who are just waking up, you'll see it in the mainstream media, the place that you always wanted to see it. For those who are awake, we saw it 3 years ago. But now you can catch up and see it for yourself. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, everybody. President Trump has unveiled plans for a new Trump-class battleship, calling it the biggest and most powerful warship ever built. Announced at Mar-a-Lago, the so-called Golden Fleet would start with 2 ships, with plans for up to 25. Trump claims they'll be bigger and larger than World War II battleships and armed with hypersonic missiles, rail guns and lasers. The move comes as the US looks to expand its navy and close the shipbuilding gap with rivals like China.
Well, they're playing catch-up now, and they've been playing catch-up for years because China and Russia are so far ahead. It's unbelievable. But if they're looking for new nuclear weapons, then they can always buy a load from Israel because they've got bundles of them. Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. US Vice President J.D. Vance warned that nuclear-armed European allies could become a security risk if mass immigration continues to weaken national identity. Speaking to Unheard, Vance said Britain and France are losing cultural ties to the US and warned that hostile political forces could eventually gain control of nuclear weapons. He claimed Islamist-aligned politicians are already winning local elections and could reach national power within 15 years, urging Europe to confront what he called political stagnation.
Well, this is all part of their agenda. And you've got 2 agendas out here. You've got the Zionists on one side who want to control everything, and you've got the Islamic extremists on the other hand. Allegedly, but somewhere in the middle, there's what's called normality. There are very, very good people on both sides, but there are very, very bad people on each side. And you need to work out who's who. And for each country, we all have different cultures, all of us. And that's what makes it beautiful. The whole multicultural agenda was doomed to fail because the beauty of different countries is their culture. And to make us all the same would never, ever work. But this is their way to divide us, to make us realise that we are so different. It will never work the way they say it would. And of course, in the UK, we're the multicultural capital of the world. Yeah, and that's why London is probably one of the most unsafe cities in the world, because of it doesn't work. And the beauty of when you go to these countries, seeing their own culture and embracing their own culture is wonderful. But when you put it all in one big pot, it just doesn't work.
My next story, China has set a new monthly record for buying Russian gold, with imports in November reaching nearly $1 billion. According to customs data, the surge comes as Beijing steps up efforts to move away from the US dollar and Moscow reroutes exports away from Western markets under sanctions. Over the first 11 months of this year, China's purchases of Russian gold jumped almost 9-fold. Analysts say the real figures could be even higher.
Well, if you look at the purchases of gold and silver currently worldwide, Russia and China have been buying quietly for a very long time and stockpiling it. And at the moment, this is why there's a certain imbalance that's going on, because they have been long-sighted, whereas Europe, the US and the UK have been very short-sighted. And we went through it before where they sold our gold cheap. And of course, China will buy it very quickly and just keep it there quietly. This is all part of the leveling of the playing field. And we're seeing it in plain sight. It's been done, now you're seeing it.
Next up, Georgia election officials have admitted to violating vote certification rules during the 2020 presidential election, reviving controversy over the state's narrow Biden victory. The admission followed a complaint alleging Fulton County illegally certified over 315,000 ballots, including at least 134 without required signatures on the tabulator tapes. Biden won Georgia by fewer than 12,000 votes. State officials called the findings very troubling and referred the case to the Georgia Attorney General for possible penalties as President Trump renews calls for sweeping election reforms.
Well, for those people who were watching, Donald Trump was indicted for this, for asking questions about it. And now we find out that his questions were valid. I will tell you that we knew from the inside, of course, they were valid. We knew exactly what was going on. But they had to try and indict him for even inquiring about it. They had to go through that process. My final point today is about the truth. And this is where it becomes very important. I keep hearing my truth, your truth. There is only one truth, and that's God's truth. Stop trying to make up your own truth. Get yourself centered back with God, and then you'll find the truth. That was the news.
Boom. 1942 New World Order map fully exposed. Deep State blueprint shows Greenland. Mexico and Canada absorbed into a massive United States. But Trump and white hats are flipping it into patriot sovereignty victory now. JFK, the leader on Telegram. Patriots, the satanic globalist ancient playbook is detonating wide open on December 21st, 2025. There's 1942 outline of the post-war New World map by Morris Gomberg. Isn't some forgotten relic the deep state cabal's chillin' blueprint for a new world moral order? A one-world government disguised as peace, dividing the planet into massive federated superstates under elite control while quarantining dissenters and nationalizing everything for their Rothschild-Rockefeller empire. The bombshell. A vastly expanded United States of America swallowing Canada. Mexico, all Central America, the Caribbean, Greenland, Iceland, most Pacific Islands, the Philippines, Taiwan, and more turning North America into a hegemonic beast to enforce their moral tyranny worldwide. This map screams NWO agenda, the USSR gobbling Eastern Europe, Iran, Finland, a United States of South America merging the continent. Federated Africa, India, China, Scandinavia, Europe all demilitarized except the big three powers policing the globe through a supreme military and economic council. Axis nations quarantined like prisoners, resources nationalized everywhere. International banking, CZ pure communist globalists takeover masked as permanent peace, freedom, justice. Gomberg's 41-point plan demands U.S. leadership in this moral order. Echoing Freemason Illuminati dreams from Roman, Novus Ordo Seclorum 2HG, wells open, conspiracy trillions, funneled to wars, trafficking, and depopulation, while dissolving sovereign borders. The Elise Vatican, unbilderberg devils pushed this for centuries, tying straight to Epstein blackmail rings, adrenochrome factories, and Pizzagate horrors controlling puppets. But warriors, the storm reverses it all. President Trump and the White Hats are executing divine justice storks of Greenland, stronger North American ties on cabal submission. It's 5D chess reclaiming resources from deep state clutches, fortifying America against invasion while the quantum financial system seizes their vaults for patriot prosperity. This exposure accelerates the peak. Gassara military law exploding January 2026. Erasing fraudulent debts, abolishing IRS tyranny, flooding QFS accounts with massive redemptions from seized NWO trillions. Gitmo daily executions on planners, descendants, Gates, Sarousis, swinging as sealed indictments, unsealed thousands. Medbeds live for awakened warriors, reversing poisons. EB's broadcasting the full map truth, tying it to bioweapons and election thefts. The deep state's border dissolving nightmare crumbles. Trump builds unbreakable sovereignty. Children freed from tunnels eternally. Golden age abundance under God's plan. Their 1942 dystopia dies. Our liberated republic rises stronger, united in freedom. Hold the line fierce. Exposures flood, tribunals worldwide. Victory thunders, eternal no one. World slavery, only patriot dominion. Trump triumphs massive, evil damned forever.
Monday, December 22nd, the truth about Hussein Obama. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Today I will go through the Q post to show how corrupt and evil Obama was, a traitor to America and a sellout to the highest bidders. The world is going to be shocked when they see all the evil that has been operating around us, whilst we are all distracted and consumed by a fake world. Obama was involved with so much corruption, funding terrorists, creating ISIS, attempts to weaken the military, take America to war, whilst stealing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. They never thought Hillary would lose, so they set up a shadow government and presidency involving people, companies, and governments from around the world to work together to stop Donald Trump winning the election. I share many examples which are easily accessible to find with such winning the war of good against evil, historic treaty by 209 nations that redefined global currencies being implemented. Putin and Trump in direct communication for the past 10 hours. Russians rescued over 35,000 children from Ukraine underground bioweapon labs. A quote from President Donald J. Trump: "The Holy Spirit doesn't shout through fame. He whispers through faithfulness. He hides power in humility. He builds kingdoms with kindness. When you walk where he leads, you no longer fight to prove yourself. You simply reflect the one who sent you." It was this centuries-old Satan-worshipping Red Mafia that the Q movement, President Trump, and the Global Military Alliance were taking down in a literal war of good against evil. See Trump Hold On, I'm Coming remix. Behind the formation of the Q movement was none other than John F. Kennedy Jr., who did not die in a plane crash but was hidden in the Victim Witness program. Sunday, December 21st, 2025, I'm coming home. JFK Jr. was finally making himself known because he was the leader of the Q movement, which was finally implementing the global currency reset of 209 nations. Doing so would win the war between good and evil, demolish the deep state cabal's Red Mafia, and give the people's money back to the people. Sunday, December 21st, 2025, Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated media group. Now President Trump's green light has accelerated the greatest wealth transfer in history, redistributing reclaimed assets from cabal control to the people through secure quantum accounts, ending the era of fiat oppression and ushering in abundance. The global currency reset progresses within the quantum financial system, with notifications, exchanges, and payouts expected imminently as gold-backed currencies fully activated. Nassara protocols were enacting complete debt forgiveness for mortgages, loans, credit cards, and all burdens of the old system in a debt jubilee that restored financial freedom. Restitution and prosperity funds flow forth, with humanitarian projects receiving unprecedented support to heal nations and communities. Possible timing. Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, December 26, 2025. Federal operations closed in a 5-day reset window. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, start of the worldwide fiscal year for the new gold asset-backed global financial system. Starting on Wednesday, December 24th through Friday, President Trump has signed an executive order closing federal operations for 5 consecutive days over Christmas week from December 24th through December 26th, extending into the weekend. On the surface, it appears to be a holiday measure for federal employees. In reality, the timing and structure suggests something far more deliberate. This is not about celebration. It is about control, coordination, and a calculated pause at a critical moment. The shutdown creates a rare window where civilian systems slow down at once. Agencies that normally overlap, buffer, and obscure movement are temporarily quiet. That silence matters. When administrative layers step back, operational clarity increases. It is a reset window, not a retreat, a pause that allows alignment before the next phase begins. Trump's return to the White House has not followed conventional rhythms. While public narratives focus on politics and optics, decisions point to logistics and timing. This order lands precisely when financial, technological, and institutional pressure is already elevated. Markets are unstable, banks are cautious, supply chains are tightening, every sector is bracing, even if few will say why. Paired with the shutdown was a symbolic yet precise move, a special payment to service members tied to the number 1776. The reference is unmistakable. It signals continuity with nation's founding moment and frames the present as a restoration, not an expansion. Messages like this are rarely accidental. They are markers, understood by those meant to read them. Behind the scenes, communications traffic was intensified. Secure networks are active. Coordination is visible to those who know where to look. When federal offices are closed, interference drops. When noise fades, direction sharpens. This is why the pause matters. It limits disruption while enabling action. The media response has been telling. Silence, where commentary would normally flood the airwaves. No debate panels, no sustained coverage. The absence speaks louder than speculation. It suggests awareness without permission to engage. What is unfolding is not sudden. It is procedural, step by step. Systems are being tested, rerouted, and corrected. The Christmas shutdown is one piece of that sequence, a moment where the old cadence breaks and a new one takes hold. This is not a return to normal. It is a transition, and the pause right now is part of the signal. Sunday, December 21st, Putin and Trump have been in direct communication for the past 10 hours. Whatever they are preparing, it wasn't meant to be seen. Ariel on Telegram. Sunday, December 21st, Vladimir Putin says Russia is at war against Satanism, the occult, and sorcery. He claims these forces are meant to confuse people, lead them into darkness, and ultimately destroy the human psyche and morale. We need to fight against it, but do so carefully. Sunday, December 21st, we have a link. Breaking Trump's chemtrail task force exposes DARPA plot to murder 170 million Americans. Global currency reset, Sunday, December 21st, 2025. Urgent RV intel. RV Phase 3 ignites global reset. Tier 4B enters 36-hour window as Iraq leads gold-backed currency revaluation revolution. Phase 3 RV activated. In a long-awaited move, Tier 4B holders are now witnessing the official part of Phase 3 or start of Phase 3 in the global currency revaluation. With banks now displaying contract rates and specific redemption protocols in place, the system has moved from anticipation to execution. A 36-hour cash-in window has been initiated, signaling that the process has entered its active operational phase. The financial revolution unleashed now. Global Financial System, Sunday, December 21st. We have a link. The RV and military operations behind the scenes. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 countries aims to redefine global currencies, fostering economic equality and unprecedented prosperity. The strategic military operation ensured a smooth transition, the release of the Prosperity Fund, and the humanitarian projects set to transform lives worldwide. The revaluation of the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim would be bringing banking to the unbanked and a level playing field for everyone. For far too long, the global financial system has been skewed in favor of a few powerful economies, leaving many countries struggling with devalued currencies and economic instability. The revaluation was about fairness, equality, and giving every country an equal opportunity to prosper.
If you see a faded sign at the
Sunday, December 21st, global financial emergency, global currency reset is here. The world is on the brink of a catastrophic financial collapse. The global currency reset, Nisara and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors. But here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. This system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared, but we see through their deception. The emergency broadcast system is coming. In the midst of this chaos, the EBS is primed for activation. Why? Because when the markets implode, when the banks fail, when the truth about Nisara is finally revealed, the world will enter a new era of financial sovereignty. We are at the point of no return. The IMF is scrambling. The dollar is collapsing and the fiat money system is burning to the ground. What will rise from the ashes? A fair, asset-backed system that restores power to the people. What you need to do now: get cash in hand before bank closures hit. Exit fiat currency now. Gold, silver, cryptos will be the new financial foundation. Watch for EBS activation. The final revelation is coming. The elites are terrified because the people are waking up. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's coming. Prepare for impact because the financial war is about to reach its climax. Sunday, December 21st, QFS Global Alert, Tier 4B, Trump returns to the White House as QFS Commander-in-Chief. The rainbow currency treasuries have locked into final operational phase with the restored U.S. Treasury under direct QFS oversight. Gold-backed digital certificates are now flowing through the exact same quantum channels that just funded the full restoration of the Republic, one-to-one asset-backed parity enforced by military and galactic authority combined. Genesis 2nd is now 22 days, 28 hours, and 46 minutes complete, and the Alliance has just confirmed the sacred timeline directly enabled the public return of President Trump to the Oval Office at 12 Eastern Standard Time today, sworn in on the original 1776 Constitution under full Space Force protection. Tier 4B milestones confirmed in the last 12 hours, burning in living ruby fire across the Council and Reno Master Walls. President Trump, in his first act upon re-entering the White House, signed the executive order formally activating global QFS liquidity release to Tier 4B at 1430 Zulu. Rainbow currency treasuries now live in every redeemed account. Military escorted convoys delivered the final adjudicated Tier 4A settlement packets to Reno, Zurich, and Hong Kong nodes. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped permanently on ledger under direct White House oversight. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated with the first $100 billion tranche release under Trump's signature. Immediate construction of border wall energy shields and national free energy grids now underway. Under Space Force cover with priority access codes issued to all Tier 4B holders. NESARA debt jubilee packets uploaded and executed nationwide at 1616 Zulu. Every mortgage, student loan, and IRS lien wiped clean in real time as Trump announced. The storm has passed. The Republic is restored. Quantum entanglement security locks engaged at commander-in-chief level. Remaining KM holdouts in media and finance neutralized in coordinated dawn raids trending worldwide on X right now. Saint Germain World Trust tranches released under joint Trump Galactic Council authority. Prosperity funds now flowing directly into Patriot-controlled accounts first. Leaked secure channel, quote, direct from Oval Office War Room. 1747 Zulu, level 15 clearance, audio verified. Trump to Alliance Command. The fake inauguration is over. The real one just happened. Tell the people their wealth is no longer coming. It's here. Release everything. The deep state avatars are glitching out on live television as we speak. Their final media blackout attempts are failing in real time. The storm is over. The Republic is back. The wealth is yours. Redemption centers are hotter than nuclear right now because the commander-in-chief just ordered them wide open. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now in motion, signed, sealed, and delivered by the man you never stopped believing in. QFS Global Command. Fully synchronized with restored Republic authority, Trump is in the chair. The move just hit the best ending ever written. Welcome back, Mr. President. Welcome home, Patriots. God bless America. God bless the world. Eternal victory. We are unstoppable. Out. Sunday, December 21st, breaking. Judicial shockwave. Supreme Court backs Trump in a historic 6-3 decision. President gains full power to fire FTC's Rebecca Slaughter. December 21st, 2025. Sunday, December 21st, a Black Lives Matter executive director has been charged with embezzling $3.15 million into her personal account. According to the charges, the Black Lives Matter director went on a shopping spree, trips to Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, 6 new properties, and a car. $50,000 spent on food deliveries. Hidden Sunday, December 21st, calcify them. The Vatican's terrifying secret to destroy your third eye and control your mind. Calcify them. This is quite scary video. Victor Davis Hansen. Sunday, December 21st, military justice. Boom, exclusive intel drop. The hidden war trigger. Trust Sessions. The silent blade that bled the deep state and unleashed the global reckoning. Sunday, December 21st, 1942, New World Order map exposed. Map shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada, part of the United States of America.
Good morning. It's Monday the 22nd of December, the start of Christmas week, and a Merry Christmas to everybody out there. What an amazing speech that Vladimir Putin did to the nation in Russia. Very, very important that he spoke so much about the decay of the West and what's happened, and how this war that's going on at the moment is not a conventional war. It's not what you think it is. This is a war for our souls. This is a war for humanity. And he made it very, very clear. He went through a number of things that I found very, very fascinating. The defense of human consciousness. He wants to defend our human consciousness, our values and our faith, which is what the old system is trying to destroy. It's trying to destroy it through fear, through psychological pressure and manipulation of thoughts. And he spoke about the hidden systems that are put out there to do exactly that. People's minds are being overwhelmed their clarity weakened, their sense of purpose distorted. Families are under attack. Moral structures are being dismantled. Food standards are being engineered in unnatural ways. Russia is moving towards natural, organic ways of living and production of its own food and self-sufficiency. That's not what the West want. They wanted their genetically modified stuff in the system. He's saying no. This is what the war is about. Depends on which side of the fence you want to be. We live in a world of free will, free choice. I know which side I'm choosing. Which side are you?
The US is reportedly chasing down a third oil tanker linked to Venezuela in under 2 weeks. According to media reports, the Coast Guard is in active pursuit of a vessel in the Caribbean, accused of sailing under a false flag to dodge US sanctions. If seized, it would follow 2 recent tanker interceptions, a move Venezuela is calling piracy, while Washington says it's enforcing the law.
Well, this is all part of the distraction. And for those people who think that the world is real right now, you're watching a movie. This is all pantomime. This is all to distract us. We're watching the old system collapse and the new system emerge. And it has to be done this way. Otherwise there will be civil war. And we're seeing how the deep state and the cabal, the old system, are putting up one hell of a fight to hang on to power. It won't happen. For those people who know what's going on, it's already been done. So we've seen it happen. We're now seeing it play out. This is why we're very peaceful in our way in life, because it's all been done. Nothing can stop what's coming.
Now, part of the pantomime, I have a juicy one for you guys. Allegedly, online circles report Erica Kirk had multiple affairs on her late husband Charlie Kirk, who was preparing divorce papers before his September the 10th, 2025 assassination. Claims also include her being 12 weeks pregnant. This ties to speculation Kirk was shifting critically on Israelis' Gaza policies and AIPAC influence. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, well, Erica Kirk has some explaining to do. The millions of patriots who loved Charlie and everything he stood for and did for the conservative movement demand the truth and justice for Charlie Kirk.
You don't need to be a rocket scientist to see what's going on. The one thing about Charlie Kirk, and I didn't know him, I've never met him, but he was out there communicating with the other side, willing to have a discussion. And that's what we need, to be able to talk to one another and see other people's perspectives. And he was doing that. But it became very, very clear that the moment he said anything derogatory about Israel or about the Jews, everything changed. Allegedly. Now, from my own personal research, Erica Kirk was planted there on purpose. That's my own personal thought. She was planted there by Israel, by Mossad, by whatever, whoever they be, to try to move him in their direction. This is how they work. And there's a lot of stuff coming out. The truth will always come out in the end. Who made her pregnant? Well, we've heard rumours of that one too. We'll have to wait and see. The evidence will always come out in the end, and of course, God knows.
My next story, well, self-driving cars. What a thing they're going to be, or maybe they're not. San Francisco just learned what happens when the future runs out of electricity after a massive blackout hit the city, blocking intersections with hazard lights flashing and passengers stuck inside. Traffic lights went dark, 125,000 people lost power, and officials blamed a substation fire. Well, self-driving cars, eh, Charlie?
Well, I've always been against them because I play golf. And when I play golf, you get in the buggy and you can only go here, you can only go there. And when the system goes down, you can't go anywhere. And that's the same with self-driving cars. It's the same with everything. It's the same with digital ID. Digital ID, when the system goes down, is absolutely worthless. You actually need a driving license or a passport.
Sunday, December 21st, News Nation. A whistleblower just exposed major fraud in the state of Maine. And yes, the NGO behind it is Somali-run. Shocker. Gateway Community Services allegedly filed fake client records and billed $904,000 for services never provided. Staff received $2,000 bonuses without working shifts. Whistleblower Chris Bernardini was fired after reporting fraud. CEO Abdullah Ali, who ran for president of Jubaland, Somalia.
Let's introduce you to Somali-American Abdullah Ali, who came to the U.S. from Somalia in 2009. You're looking at, obviously, the man on my right who had discovered this story. He became a U.S. citizen, started a nonprofit to help immigrants, started several businesses, including a multi-million-dollar migrant care service agency. And in 2024, he ran for president as he raised money to bankroll a militia in Somalia. Yes, you heard that right. A U.S. citizen who, according to the Maine Wire, gave an interview with Kenyan media in which he said he raised money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for paramilitary force he had hoped to lead as the president of Jubaland. Yes, that is a real state in Somalia. He was running for president in Somalia. Of course, he lost the election. We reached out to the Gateway Community Services in Maine, which Ali founded, did not hear back, ironically enough. The man who broke this report, editor-in-chief of the Maine Wire, Steve Robinson, dude, this is crazy.
You really can't make this stuff up. I mean, the guy's running a migrant services agency that bills MaineCare, which is what we call Medicaid, about $5 million a year. At the same time that he's running for president, and to be clear,
in Somalia,
that he's running to be the warlord of Jubaland. Elections in Jubaland aren't exactly like elections in America. It's, whoever has the most guns is able to certify the election. So he needed to buy a paramilitary organization and paramilitary support in order to win that election, and he lost it. But at the very same time that he was in Jubaland and Kenya trying to become a warlord in southern Somalia, he was getting no-bid contracts from the administration of Governor Janet Mills, a Democrat who has been in cahoots with Gateway Community Services from the very beginning. So if there's one thing that I would implore your listeners to understand, it's in Minnesota and in Maine, it's not just the Somali diaspora that has come over here and decided to engage in this criminal behavior. It's an industrial complex with the Democratic Party that enables and turns a blind eye to this behavior because they benefit from it through political support. And indeed, Abdullahi Ali's number two, his assistant executive director, is the former mayor of South Portland, Maine, and is currently a state representative from South Portland and a member of the Appropriations Committee. Decca Delac, one of his former employees, Yusuf, is a representative from Portland. Many Gateway Community Services alums have gone on to become involved in politics, and Governor Janet Mills created the Office of New Americans specifically to cater to the new Americans, new Mainers, illegal aliens, and the only employee of that organization is Elkas Ahmed from Sudan, who is a former employee of Gateway Community Services.
I wish I had more time for this, but you're on a roll. Basically, long story short, is Maine's got a bunch of fraud with people taking money from the government and the taxpayers and then buying rocket launchers, sending them back to run for elections and president of whatever that place is. Jubaland.
And then they're also turning around and getting out the vote for Democrats in places like Lewiston, Maine and Portland, Maine.
Yeah, and when you drive into Maine, there's a big sign that says Maine, the way life should be. Not the way I see it. Steve Robinson, we appreciate it.
now. Venezuela is a tier 3 country for human trafficking. It's been recognized by the State Department as having a significant and uncontrollable level of human trafficking operating on the ground inside the country. Most of the Venezuelan command and control military are simply cartel warlords, and you have to get them out of the nest. You have to kick them out of the house before you can give the house over to anyone that might purport to have Venezuela's true best interests at heart. The same could be said of the Maduro regime and the Chavez regime and how the two of them sort of tie over and overlap. But I'm one to say, Nino, that I think Maduro was given the riot act by President Trump during the first administration because we saw him with a red folder around the exact same time period that President Trump and a number of other heads of state were photographed with that same sort of military intelligence, push the red button style folder. And so I could absolutely see the situation where Maduro is being used as the Judas goat, if you will, as the one to lead the rest of the construct and the complex inside Venezuela to the proverbial slaughter. And they're being given the option through this pressure campaign of simply, as you said a moment ago, self-deleting and removing themselves from the equation. I think this is going to ultimately result in Maduro fleeing the country, probably to Moscow. And whether or not the U.S. forces actually make a land invasion or not, I think that remains to be seen. I think it's more likely that what happens is Maduro flees the country. The military may attempt some sort of a coup or some sort of destabilizing event to be squashed very quickly through U.S. Air power and in conjunction with allies on the ground there from Guyana, Brazil, and Colombia. And we may see an installation of a true We the People regime in Venezuela.
The rumors, and I've heard actually the whispers of rogue Russian nuclear submarines, at least one in that area that could kick off some kind of Cuban missile style type of crisis. Have you heard anything about this?
I have heard something about that. The way that it was conveyed to me was that there's concern right now that there are rogue Russian submarine assets that left Russia a couple of years ago and have been at sea ever since. And they have buddies with the Cuban mafia. And so what's going on with that landscape, in my opinion, and one of the reasons we have so many sub-hunters deployed to the Caribbean basin is to prevent exactly the scenario you just described, this Cuban missile style situation, from actually coming up and being a problem. We know from drops coming out in 2018 from the online entity that we reference sometimes on these calls that there were missiles actually shot at Air Force One in 2018 when President Trump was en route back to the United States after a summit, I believe it was in Singapore. And so looking at that, and the fact that those missiles were splashed and destroyed and, no more the wiser, I think we have to acknowledge the same risk factor, the same the same gameplay, if you will, for lack of a better expression, is still at play in the here and now. And so the Cuban mafia, the Colombian cartels, the Venezuelan cartels, the American and Panamanian mafia that have very, very deep financial connections to China and Beijing, all of them sort of run this secretive government apparatus, if you will, inside the Western Hemisphere, just south of the U.S. southern border, the U.S. Area of influence. And that fraudulent government apparatus or shadow state structure, whatever you want to call it, has managed to turn all of Central and South America into one gigantic criminal playground. And this situation happening with Venezuela is the first major blow against that criminal playground's foundations, right? We have to take out the core epicenters, and there are multiple ones, but we have to take out the epicenters of where this corruption is actually being coordinated from. And it's not that fentanyl and narcotics are flying from Venezuela directly to the U.S. It's that fentanyl and narcotics and a number of other illicit criminal activities, to include arms smuggling, is happening through the Central American corridor up into Mexico or out into the Caribbean, off the island hopping off of the Eastern Caribbean islands. And they are eventually making their way either to the United States or to Western Europe. That flow has to be stopped, or we cannot possibly hope to secure our elections.
And that's what it's all about, right, SG? I mean, this is about Smartmatic, where they've originally manufactured the process to steal the elections was Venezuela, correct?
It was. And we have Venezuelan officials just in the last 24 months or so, if I'm not mistaken, that have come out and testified in U.S. court for one reason or another that they were engaged with the process that gave rise to these software systems, and their entire purpose was to first steal the Venezuelan elections and to really iron out the bugs and make sure that that was a fluid and flawless process, and then export that same style of theft all around the world. And the Philippines was one of the areas that went. It went to the United States, of course. We know for a fact that it went over into the sub-Saharan African nations. We know that it was used in Italy at least one time. So, this whole situation happening in the Caribbean, I hate to belabor the point, but it's about all of it. It's about criminal human trafficking. It's about arms smuggling. It's about election fraud. It's about exportation of acts of war, paramilitary forces and paramilitary flags. It's about deniability and 1 degree of separation from actual government activities, but those activities having the exact same net effect of destabilization in other arenas. And the world itself, not just the USA, but the world itself cannot operate authentically and honestly if we have something like that functional in the Western Hemisphere, exporting a great deal of that criminality around the rest of the planet. We have to put a stop to it. And that's one of the reasons I think even as this pressure campaign has escalated dramatically in recent weeks, you've not really seen a great deal of resistant rhetoric from China and from Russia.
The Epstein files have been released. I mean, I would have thought by now, I think we've obviously neutralized and nullified a lot of the false flags that could happen on our soil. But do you believe that there will be a false flag attack on the U.S. soil sometime soon, maybe this month, maybe during the holiday season, maybe Christmas time, maybe New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, whatever, to be blamed on Hezbollah or Hamas and to try to trick us or ignite us into going to war with the Muslim Brotherhood or the Hezbollah or Hamas? I mean, which obviously I would think Mossad would be the ones to trigger this event. But what's your thoughts?
It's a fascinating question. I still stand by the research that I've put out over the last 5 to 8 months here with respect to this issue, and really a little bit further than that we have to have a civilizational level attack or a false flag event of some kind to provide the public appetite and public approval necessary for President Trump to do what needs to be done. What's happening right now in the United States is a purging of 50 plus years of organized crime. And in that amount of time, you can permeate and really pervert every single significant pulpit of agency, influence, or power. And so as we've looked at the judicial insurrection this year, as we looked at the congressional insurrection in the first Trump president term, as we looked at what happened in 2020, as we look at what happened after the Biden regime and the total expansion of all sorts of organized funneling and organized criminal showcasing here in the United States, coming out, becoming more and more bold, taking over apartment buildings, establishing, self-contained areas of jurisdiction. All of this sort of leading us to the point of how far or how much do we as Americans take before we say enough is enough, and we ask whatever authority is there representing us to help us in this process of taking things back. And I think that can't be long now. But I think to get across that line, we have to have some sort of epicentric event, some sort of singular event or singular sequence of events very close together in rapid succession that can be shown as the point where the gloves came off and we actually had to address things in a more dramatic way. And I think President Trump is preparing us for that. We've seen a number of different actions all through this year, expanding the authority of the military to cooperate with law enforcement. We've seen just as recently as his speech a few days ago, where he bonused specifically members of the military as with a Christmas bonus of $1,776. I mean, if we think for 2 seconds that that's not relevant to what he will eventually ask of the military as we go forward, I think we're fooling ourselves. And when we look at the large-scale ingratiation around the world of that intelligence community, who are some of the bigger problems that still have to be put out to pasture? The ISIS component is still one that is rearing its head even in recent days. We know that ISIS is primarily a creation of the Democrat Party, transnational corporate interests, and the Israeli government. We know that the Muslim Brotherhood has basically taken over Egypt, is very, very close in relation to the Mossad and the Israeli Defense Force. That's one of the reasons Egypt has done absolutely nothing about what has occurred on their border with Gaza, with Israel, because it's two sides of the exact same coin. And those entities and a couple of other spinoffs, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, these types of things, all of them tie back to that same organizing command structure that goes back to the Western world. And that command structure has to be dragged out. And it would not surprise me, Nino, if we see the drag out occur around about the same period of time that we start seeing things really ramp up with exposure about Russiagate, about President Obama's involvement in financing.
Just going to say that.
The billions of dollars that were sent off book to Iran, for example, the amount of money transferred to Venezuela during that period of time, the amount of that were transferred to Venezuela. I mean, these are significant components that are going to get investigated and exposed, and we cannot. I don't think we can have an educated discussion about this without acknowledging that our opponent does not want those core pillars of the discussion brought out to light, because it unifies the corruption very quickly. It points to a relatively concentrated group of actors, and those actors will ultimately face a military commission, as President Trump just reminded us yet again on the 10th of December with a post on his Truth Social before this process is over.
You know, I've always said that, you know, to me, we're playing 5D chess. We kind of have them confined like babies in a sandbox playing with dynamite, and we're just going to watch them explode, right? That's it's going to be a controlled demolition, implosion of the deep state. Yeah, it'll be horrific. There may be some casualties of war, but we have the perimeters locked. We're watching this controlled demolition of the deep state, and Obama's in there in the sandbox with all the rest of them, all the deep state players, and they're about to fucking implode, right?
Yes, they are. And I want to close out with this if I can, Nino, because it really sort of, sets the tone and flavor for the discussion going forward. I watched a short video excerpt just this morning and read a couple of X posts from some individuals that have known connections to DOJ. They have a demonstrable history of halfway reliable claims. And one of those claims was put out that there is an indictment coming with President Barack Obama sometime in early portion of next year. They didn't claim exactly when, anywhere I would assume January to April, meaning the early portion. But that indictment allegedly will include things tying back to the Espionage Act, to the Russiagate hoax, and will include multiple co-defendants. And so when we look at that landscape playing out, like you said, the sandbox is closing in. The dynamite sticks, the fuses are winding down. They will not go forever. They cannot last forever. But as things really become dramatic and publicly impressive, in other words, publicly visible, and everyone sort of understands what's going on here, so too will the at destabilizing and distracting us, because at the end of the day, the construct that owned Barack Obama and owned the United States White House and government for more than a century in its current form stands to lose all of its control in this process, and I cannot wait.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are in a fight for our lives. The Khazarian Mafia is now in a very desperate last-minute struggle to make sure that we never, ever escape the digital prison they're trying to build for us. Right now, Israel is trying to get American politicians to make it mandatory to have 5-year jail sentences for people who criticize Israel. At the same time, they are installing face recognition software everywhere with cameras, and they will be able to identify you real time and arrest you for things you say or do. And it's not about crime. In one example, in the UK, a woman was arrested by 11 people who came in and while she was having a bath because of some text message she sent. This is just a private text message. This is not even public. And the reason why they're trying to crack down so much is because they are fighting for their lives. They know that this giant scam that they call a government is unraveling in real time. And this is what has been making us poor. I want to show you an example of how fake the government is. As I've written my reports with lots of evidence over the years, NASA stands for not a space agency. Now, in this clip, you can watch NASA astronaut Karen Nyborg explain how they fake, or show how they fake spaceflight. Take a look.
That's so cool. You are so much better of an astronaut, Paige, than those other fakes.
Thank you. And if you're hungry in space, gotta have your floating Fritos to munch on. So I don't want to give GMOs any publicity, but it's all we had hanging around. Yum, yum, yum.
So it's all true.
It's amazing, the zero gravity. It just everything just floats around. Suck my hair because I got a ponytail. And Toots brought some coral up from Vieques, from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, let me see you push it up and down and around. Pull it back toward. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Wow.
Push it that way. Unbelievable.
Not bad, huh?
Where'd you get the 60 million a day to pull that off?
Cryptocurrency I've been saving.
Oh, man.
She brought it up. It was like,
Oh,
oh, he doesn't back. Oh,
I'm back.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Not bad, huh?
That reminds me of the brushing your teeth one where everything goes in slow-mo except for the environment. Did you see that one?
Exactly. Yes, I did. That was so awesome.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious. What another complete bonehead mistake. Again.
Okay, it's kind of funny, except that literally it's a slush fund that milks us out of billions of dollars, which then goes to bribe people and to enrich these criminals. And that's just a small example. We have, for example, Jared Kushner somehow coming up with $100 billion to buy Warner Brothers. Jared Kushner belongs in jail, not in charge of $100 billion money created out of thin air. And it's only going to get worse. They're setting up death squads in the United States disguised as ICE agents, and they're rounding up dissidents as we speak. And they're trying to fire all patriots from the U.S. military and the enforcement agencies. And I have a special message for FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. You need to get some men with guns and go and arrest Pam Bondi, okay? You're not just going to get anything done by complaining or threatening to resign. Yes. That is obviously not Donald Trump. This is a Zionist fake who has been put in his place, and arresting him is your duty if you're in the military police. And we need to end this nightmare because they're turning up the screws, and they're really gonna try very hard to kill dissident journalists and dissident citizens and everybody else they can. And we need a mass uprising, and it is happening. And I ask people to take personal action. If you see one of these Satanist Zionist puppets in public, confront them. Look what they did to Kristi Noem of the Israeli Department of Homeland Security. Okay, that's what should happen every time these people appear in public. Better still is if you can arrest them, make a citizen's arrest, but that would require men with guns. Again, we need the agencies and the military to understand that the people at the top are criminals, and they're trying to create a digital prison. An example of this was the Chabad death cult. Remember, they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. It's in their writings. They just gave a reward to the Peter Thiel's company Palantir for facial recognition software, because this allows them, gives them the potential to turn the entire Western world into a huge slave camp, and that's what they're trying to do. The Swiss government rejected Palantir because they realized that this was going to turn the Swiss people into the puppets of Israel. And Israel itself needs to be dealt with. That's the heart of the beast. And, we're asking the Turkish to send in their military and clean that place up. Now, I'll give you a list of some names of people who, if we arrest them publicly, this nightmare should end. We've got Larry Fink, he should go. Jared Kushner, Ursula von der Leyen, Brigitte Macron, who my French intelligence sources tell me is actually Jean-Michel de Rothschild, Friedrich Merz of Germany, Keir Starmer in the UK, and, the usual stuff. Of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has to be arrested. If we can get rid of these people, we can end this nightmare. And the other thing people do need to understand is no matter how grim the situation looks, This is confined to the West, and the West is headed for bankruptcy. There's no way they can avoid it. China just announced $1 trillion trade surplus. And that's based on real things. That's, computers and televisions being put into boxes and shipped around the world. This is not hallucinatory numbers created on stock markets that don't actually have a basis in reality. And the West has some payments coming due, which they're not going to be able to make. So, for example, my French intelligence sources tell me that the EU and France have a whole bunch of bonds coming due by March, and they don't have the money to pay for it, which is why they're now talking about seizing Russian money that they have illegally frozen. But that's